Red Wing Shoes. Work is our work.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Stop in and try our new Molten Buffalo Dip and dessert nachos. And don't miss our new lemon pepper dry seasoning. All available for a limited time only. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
For you.
I'm Robin Lundberg with this New York Sports Center. Rockets 131, Knicks 103 last night. I didn't see any defense. Did Mike Woodson?
What you saw, nothing. Tonight was just, they beat us in every way you can beat a team. And I know throughout the course of the year, a season, you have games like this, but it's not acceptable. We just weren't ready to play, and that's on me.
Carmelo Anthony had 37, but the Rockets got 33 from James Harden, 31 from Chandler Parsons. Jeremy Lin, 13 points, 7 rebounds. Meanwhile, the Nets, they topped the Clippers 86-76. Brook Lopez with 26 points. Some other NBA scores, Celtics beat the Thunder. Grizzlies, they're rolling. They topped the Lakers. Rex Ryan said that Tim Tebow was, in fact, ready to play with 2 fractured ribs on Thanksgiving. Meanwhile, the NHL has canceled the All-Star game and all games through December 14th, and Hector Camacho has died.
Hey, it's Greeny wishing you and yours a very happy Thanksgiving weekend. We'll be back in better than ever on Monday talking football with you with Chris Carter, Mike Ditka, Ron Jaworski, and all the reaction to a huge NFL weekend. It's Mike and Mike Monday on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
The Robin Lundberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
So, doing a lot of making sense of what has happened. One with the Knicks loss to the Rockets last night. The other, the Jets loss to the Patriots and the fallout from that. Joe Namath tried to make sense of it.
It's hard. You can't make sense of it. That just doesn't happen very often. I don't remember a game that I've seen in the past or been a part of in the past that's shifted so dramatically and so fast. The thing is, you'd have liked to have seen what we would have liked to have seen, a more determined effort down the road. But after that turnaround happened, it just took the wind out of the fans and the team completely, and the team didn't respond as well as you would have liked to have seen.
If it's football, it's Namath. Joe Namath with Kay and LaGreca, Mondays at 6, brought to you by Benzel Busch Motor Car Corp in Inglewood, New Jersey, exclusively on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. How do you make sense of what's going on with the Jets? 1-800-919-3776. The Knicks as well after the loss to Jeremy Lin and the Rockets, more like James Harden and Chandler Parsons in the Rockets last night. Dean in Harmony. Dean.
Good morning, Robin. How are you?
I'm good. Yourself, man?
Not too bad. Listen, there is no easy fix for this. Actually, someone's going to have to pull a rabbit out of a hat to make this work in the coming years because of the contract they gave Sanchez. Sanchez is a serviceable quarterback, okay? He's not horrible. He didn't have a lot of time to mature in college or anything. He would have been a serviceable quarterback with pieces around him, and he would have grown into the position. Okay, but what he's Johnson, and I don't care what he says, okay, because he says that Rex Ryan and Tannenbaum had the last say. No coach and general manager put the time into a man and a quarterback like they did with Tebow, okay? Not play him during the preseason saying that, oh, we're going to hide our secret weapon. And then just through practice to say to yourself, you know what, we made a mistake. He's not good enough. No way in the world did that happen. Woody Johnson wanted him, okay? Woody Johnson created this problem. Now, you could put Tebow in to try to fix it for now, and he will make things happen because he's a heck of an athlete.
Yeah, well,
okay?
Tebow's not a problem, though. I don't, that package is a problem. I mean, one of these days they're going to bust off a 5-yard gain out of that package. But how is Tebow a problem? I mean, other than the attention, he hasn't done anything. He doesn't play. He has no relevance on the outcome of the game. And you could say it's a distraction. Well, everyone last year said they needed to bring in somebody to push Sanchez. Then you don't like who they did bring in to push Sanchez. Why he's not playing, that's beyond me. I mean, I don't know, because I would have made the move no matter who my backup quarterback was. There is a reasonable, conspiracy theory. If you check out Rich Cimini on ESPNNewYork.com, Tebow has incentives in his contract, playing time incentives, where if he took 55% of the snaps in 2 of his first 3 years, at least 55% of the snaps, then his contract would go up another $11 million. He'd make another $5 million next year, and another $6 million or so the year after that. Now, obviously, he can't reach those thresholds now, but he possibly could have before, and you could at least suspect. I don't think it's true necessarily, but you could suspect that could play into the decision. Because all of a sudden, if he unlocks those incentives, he's making like $7 million next year on top of the $8 million Mark Sanchez is guaranteed, and that's a heck of a salary cap hit. Eric in Jersey.
How you doing?
What's up, man?
Yeah, I wanted to say Sanchez is playing terrible. He's playing horrible. He's making all kinds of mistakes. He's playing like he's shell-shocked, like he must dream linebackers coming after him in his sleep. You know what I mean? But the thing I want to say is, it's not only Sanchez. I think the offense has given up. I think the offensive line, they're not doing their job. They're not making holes for the running back. Sean Green, he's doing nothing. He's not doing anything. They have no running game. So, they put a lot of pressure on Sanchez to throw the ball. The way Sanchez has been playing with all these fumbles, I wouldn't even be surprised if he's doing it on purpose. Maybe they're trying to get Rex Ryan fired or something. I don't know, but this is ridiculous.
Well, certainly. There's no real way to explain the offensive output except for they don't have talented offensive players and they have a bad quarterback and their coach is a defensive-minded guy. That's probably the way I could explain it in one sentence. And that's how I would explain it. Still, Mark Sanchez he's finding the positives.
We have some games coming up where we really got to eliminate some of the self-inflicted stuff, and you eliminate some of those turnovers and we're right in the game. So if we do that, we take care of the football, myself included, we really have a chance at this thing. And I think Coach said it best to the team and to you guys, just that these next 5 games, you got to give it everything you got, really empty the tank, and just put your head down and work and see what happens at the end of 5 weeks. Not worry about anything else. Let everything else just fall into place and try and rip off 5 wins in a row. And it starts next week.
Sure, that's going to happen. Eric in East Hanover.
How's it going, guys?
What's up, man?
Love the show.
Thank you.
Well, it makes me laugh when you hear Mark Sanchez say, take care of the ball. The guy takes care of the ball about as bad as anyone I've ever seen play football. Obviously, Tim Tebow's hurt right now. One thing, I just wanted to chime in. The reason Rex Ryan isn't playing Tim Tebow is the same reason that they unloaded him in Denver. The kid's got heart, guts, determination. He's a great competitor, and he wins football games. He may not be the long-term answer, but Rex Ryan knows if Tim Tebow comes in and he wins a couple games, the fans are going to rally behind this guy. The players are going to rally behind this guy, just like they did in Denver.
Well, if Tebow were to come in now and win, Rex looks bad, right? Tebow comes in and wins now. All of a sudden, why didn't you make the move earlier? Jimmy in West Orange.
Yes.
What's up, man?
Man, what's going on today? How's everything?
How's everything? I'm just hosting a radio show. What are you up to?
Oh, man. I'm a big fan of Jet, man. I'm dying over here, because I'm looking at those guys like Sanchez, and the much money he makes. If I was making not even close to that, Not only I will hold the ball tight, I will swallow the ball. I don't think nobody will take the ball.
Well, you would at least not turn it over, is what you're saying, if you were making Mark Sanchez's money. I guess you could accomplish that. Paul in Midland Park. Paul.
How you doing?
What's up, man? I'm last guy just asked me. I'm still doing the same as I was a second ago. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, look, I just wanted to make a comment about the Sanchez thing, and then I can touch real fast on the Tebow thing.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, Sanchez. As far as I'm concerned, his biggest problem was he got drafted by the Jets, because I've watched this team for 20, 30 years, and they never make any player any better. And, take Jonathan Vilma, for instance. He was there. They couldn't get anything out of him. He goes to the Saints. He's one of the best defensive players they got.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Secondly, on Tebow, everybody makes this big thing about Tebow. Well, this guy was on the Denver Broncos, and they couldn't get him out of town fast enough. They could have kept him for a backup to John Elway. They didn't. I mean,
Peyton Manning.
Excuse me.
Well, they couldn't, I don't think, because of the backlash that would have received. There would have been too much public pressure at that point. Alan Hahn of MSG taking over at 11, sitting in the studio right now. You're a Jets fan, aren't you, man?
I am. I'm beyond salvation when it comes to the Jets.
You just it's an abusive relationship, sort of.
It really is. It's one of those things where I just keep coming back. I've said it all season, many times this year, even on the air here, where I've just said, I'm not watching next week. I'm not watching next week. I'm not, and then I just kept going. And I got what I deserved on Thursday night.
I mean, have you ever seen anything like some of those plays? I mean, the Sanchez play, that was the funniest thing, one of the funniest things I've ever seen, in like a sad kind of way. If you're a Jets fan, you have to see some humor in that play.
It was not funny to me. It brought back really bad memories of faked spikes and intercepted shovel passes and mud bowls and oh God, and now I have to talk about it.
You also get to talk about the Knicks. That's a team, of course, Alan covers closely, being the guy on pregame, halftime, postgame with Wally Zerbiak on the MSG Network, hosts the Mike Woodson Show as well. Of course, the Knicks off to a great start to the season. Not such a great game last night. Alan and I will chat about that Knicks loss to the Rockets, where Houston put up 131. Next, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hi, this is Bob Wischusen, radio voice of the Jets. Well, the Jets simply couldn't overcome their first-half turnovers and ultimately lose what could have been a season-changing win. Rex Ryan is live on the Michael K. Show, Monday at 5:15 to talk about the loss on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Think we're making small talk when you come into a Red Wing shoe store? Think again. We're taking the time to get to know you and the work you do. It's the best way to find exactly the right boot for your job. We back that up with a broad selection of styles that are purpose-built and then custom fit for the work you do. So, we hope you'll put up with a little small talk. It's all for the purpose of helping you do your very big job. Red Wing Shoes. Work is our work.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Clipping coupons. Standing in line at 4 a.m. Buying 5 to get 1 free. Maybe it's me, but I don't think it should be that hard to save money, which is why we made Geico.com so easy. Just a few clicks and you could be saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance. And when you switch to Geico, you can do practically everything online. Report a claim, update your policy, even pay your bill. Click, bam, boom. Visit Geico.com today. Click, bam, boom. I'm rather fond of that one.
Hi, it's the Herd. Everybody in business has to deal with either emailing a file that's too big to attach, or sending a confidential file without a secure way to do it, or needing to access a document while on the go. How about an answer for all three? ShareFile by Citrix, the all-in-one business solution for sending, sharing, and receiving files of almost any size. ShareFile was designed for businesses and can be customized to meet your company's specific needs. Every file stays under your control, so you know it's secure. You can manage who has access and for how long, see when files are opened, and by whom. Plus, ShareFile allows you to access files from any computer or, even better, any mobile device. Try ShareFile today. Sign up for my special offer. 30-day full free trial. Go to ShareFile.com, click on the radio mic, enter my name, Colin, ShareFile.com, type in my name, Colin, C-O-L-I-N.
This holiday season, spend less time shopping for a new Mercedes-Benz and more time for yourself. Announcing the Rally Motors Less is More event, where buying a new or certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. At Rally, it's simple. You spend less time, less hassle, and less worrying when you purchase a Mercedes-Benz. And during this holiday season, you'll enjoy more incentives, more inventory, and more leasing and financing options. Don't settle for the status quo. Expect more. Rally Motors. View all specials online at RALLYEMotors.com.
The Robin Lundberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
So obviously the Knicks lose to the Rockets last night, and
boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
131-103. My takeaways, it is one game, so don't go crazy. But all the talk about the Knicks' defense, they're now ranked 16th in defensive efficiency. But before that game, they were 9th. It's actually been their offense that's number 1 in the league in offensive efficiency. And I'm a little concerned about that because of the volume of threes they've taken and the percentage. But still, they've been a very good offense on the season. MSG's Alan Hahn, who covers the Knicks every game, he's here right now, taking over at 11 a.m. What did you take away from the game last night?
This was, really like a game that was, it's not to make excuses, and here I'm stumbling, so it's going to be great radio for the next 4 hours. I can't even get a word out. It's
practice right now, though. You'll be ready to go.
I'm using your time to get kind of warmed up. Yeah. But really, you look at the schedule and you see 6 road games and 7 games, over a 2-week span, which is really a lot. But it to me was a young team that plays fast against an older team that doesn't. And it looked like an older team that did not come out really expecting that team, the way the Rockets came at them. I mean, just a lot of speed, and Chandler Parsons on fire early on, and it just unraveled. And what alarms me isn't the threes, isn't the rebounding. That's all correctable. It's all things that are going to, be adjusted as the season goes on. What alarms me about this team is for the second time, they unraveled as a group. And that's something that I worry about because it's a veteran team that's not supposed to do
like
that.
They did it in Memphis. And there's a bunch of guys on the team who kind of have a penchant for even Tyson Chandler's a guy who can do that at times.
Well, he loses it. Yeah, they're very intense guys. Tyson plays a very intense game, and when things go wrong, you can see him get fired. I mean, he always leads the league in techs. He did last year, and that was a problem for him, technical fouls. The frustration kind of boils over. It is a team that I think as the season goes on, we'll see an identity of a toughness, of a meanness. They'll be very similar to those 90s teams that everybody around New York loved and everybody else hated. And even, the league hated. Officials hated because of the way they acted. They were a very rebellious, tough team that didn't take well to losing and didn't take well to officiating. And I think that's something that is already starting to develop. That's a problem. That's alarming because you'd think they'd keep their cool and they'd be able to handle situations like this. And when we saw them in San Antonio, we didn't see that. We didn't see a team boil over. We saw them stick to the game plan and get through it. They didn't do that here. And the other thing, Robin, that can't be overlooked is Carmelo Anthony's situation. I'm going to delve into it on my show. Carmelo Anthony and the officials and the way he's being officiated. Is it right or wrong? There's a lot of experts I'm going to ask about it because there's 2 ways you can look at it. It is an issue, though, for him and for the Knicks.
Well, my problem with that is, obviously, he's not getting the benefit of the doubt of some calls, and part of it's because he's strong, and they maybe don't see the contact. But I think to your point from before, the way the Knicks react, I think he could react better to those situations.
No question.
You know, like the way LeBron will take an official aside and kind of diplomatically talk to. Not always, but that happens.
LeBron has certainly showed some anger, but LeBron, because of his status as an MVP, a multiple MVP, he gets away with a lot more when he is frustrated. And when he does glare at you, you're thinking, this is a 3-time MVP. This is a guy that's one of the best players in the world. I don't want him on my bad side because we know how much. Yeah. But Carmelo, because throughout his career, he's sort of kind of been that underachiever in the eyes of people who see his talent and think he's not playing as he's has been a great player in this league. But a lot of people think he's underachieved, and I think his reputation is hurting him. So here he is now giving you that true effort that you've always wanted to see from him at both ends of the floor. But referees they're not used to that. Yeah. And I think there's an adjustment to be made there for him. But he kind of smiled it off a little bit earlier in the year. But more and more, it's really starting to affect him. And maybe it's because he's playing power forward against bigger players.
Here's Melo explaining the situation.
It gets frustrating out there. You do your best to try to, get foul, go to the hole, create something. It don't happen. That gets frustrating. And then you got to go back down on the other end of the court and, something do happen. So that's always the frustration when that sets in. But maybe I got to do a better job of not getting so frustrated and just accepting the fact that this is the way it's going to be.
Robin Lundberg here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. I'm taking you up until 11 a.m. when MSG's Alan Hahn takes over, who I'm talking to right now. Now, Alan, you said that the effort perhaps a reflection of the schedule. What about the fact that maybe this is a game that they not should have, because it's the wrong word, because it is just one of 82, but you would think they'd be up for, considering Jeremy Lin was in there. Did you think that Raymond Felton tried a little bit too much to prove a point at the beginning of the game? Because that's what I saw.
Yeah, and I didn't expect Raymond to be this way, and I really was surprised by the way he played early in the game, because and Raymond was saying all the right things kind of leading into the game, that it didn't mean anything to him. He wasn't part of it last year. He does play with a chip on his shoulder. But he has been attacking the basket a lot. He has been a big part of the offense as a scorer. And he did not seem right early in the game. And I was sensing it because he's the engine of this offense. There's no question about it. Carmelo's the finisher. But really, Raymond Felton has been the engine for this offense. And Raymond, to me, did not look right early in the game, did not look as comfortable. There was a little something. Was he psyched out? I don't know. And I don't want to, nobody asked him after the game about it. So I wouldn't comment until I talked to him. But you could just see there was something not right about it, and maybe he was a little too overhyped, and that can affect you negatively as well. But this wasn't an offensive problem. This game was not offensive, an issue offensively for the Knicks. This game was the fact that they couldn't keep anybody in front of them on the perimeter. Mm-hmm. They missed Iman Shumpert in a game like this for sure. But they weren't protecting the rim. Tyson Chandler, Defensive Player of the Year. That was not a good game for him to try to defend that title.
No, a turnstile in the paint last night. And like you mentioned, part of the reason was he was left on an island because the perimeter defenders kept getting burnt.
Yes.
Now, Jeremy Lin played a solid game last night. And I'm not talking about Lin and the Knicks or that situation, just Lin himself. A point I was making earlier, Alan, I want to get your thoughts on it, is it's odd to me, and maybe it's because of all the attention around him, but it's odd to me that Jeremy Lin has never talked about like a prospect or evaluated as a prospect, considering he has only played 30-something NBA games and is only 24 years old. Usually when a guy plays as well as he did and is 24, you think about, he's got potential, he can work on some things. But it seems like people are quick to evaluate Jeremy Lin.
Well, I'm just going to throw this at you because I heard you on your show earlier when I was coming in, and I heard you making this point. And the only thing I'm going to say to that is this, is that then why aren't we judging Tim Tebow the same way? Because he's
I have
young.
At times, yeah.
And he's had success in a small. He had the same kind of thing. Tebow mania, Linsanity, pretty much the same thing. Yeah. What happened in Denver is very similar to what Jeremy Lin went through. And so why can't we judge Tim Tebow on that as well? Why can't he be, he improved? Why can't he be looked at as a prospect? He's a young backup quarterback that, is developing, not, a guy that's, going to ruin everything for the Jets. It's kind of the same thing. What happens with both of these guys has nothing to do with their talent, has nothing to do with what they're doing with their individual games, getting better, where they are in their careers. What it has to do with is the fact that both of them are grossly overexposed as celebrities.
Yeah,
way before they need to.
I say about Tebow, he's not overrated, he's overexposed.
Absolutely true. And the same thing goes for Jeremy.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why the move to Houston is the best thing for him. Young team, and he's kind of out of the huge media spotlight. And he's also got now on his team, and I thought the great thing the Rockets did was get James Harden, because now you have a legitimate star next to him, a guy, an all-star caliber player next to him that can really, he's really the main guy on the team, not Lynn.
Yeah, no doubt.
So to me, that's really what it's about. But I put those two on the same plane when it comes to the criticism and the praise that they get.
No, I totally agree. I think a lot of times the reaction to Tebow is the reaction to Tebow mania. Same thing with Jeremy Lin is the reaction to Linsanity, when Jeremy Lin is not Linsanity and Tim Tebow is not Tebow mania.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
There you go. As far as Tim Tebow goes as a quarterback, and I'm sure you're going to get into this on your show coming up in just a few minutes, my whole thing with Tim Tebow is I don't know. I don't know whether he can do what he did last year, but there are tangible things he does well, like not turn the ball over so much, like run the ball, like throw a good deep ball, all those sort of things, not put the defense in a bad spot, let the defense take a rest. And then there are some things that are limitations, clearly not the most accurate quarterback in the NFL. I would like to see, so I do know, because last year he played pretty well in a small sample.
With a much better running game and a much better offensive line, that team was a great running team, the Broncos. So to have Tebow play now, for like I said, they haven't prepared for it, and to just kind of throw him in there, it's not like putting in Chad Pennington because here's a kid that can throw and run an offense, and it's kind of the same playbook. It's a completely different playbook,
and
so
it's
not
a no-win situation for everybody
involved
at this point.
I mean, it's not a traditional kind of thing where you just take a backup and put him in the game and it's the same playbook. You're changing everything, and they're not built to have him as their main starting quarterback. Not now.
No, I agree with that, but if he were to succeed, it would make Rex look bad. If he were to fail, it makes Tebow look bad. The whole situation has just kind of been a mess.
It's so Jets.
Yeah, right? They've played into all the negative stereotypes. It's like they've played him up.
Yes.
We're going to make the change that the Jets wouldn't, as Alan Hahn is taking over momentarily here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Of course, you can catch me, Robin Lundberg, every Monday through Friday from 3 to 5 a.m. Then I'm on with Jared Max and Max out in the morning from 5 to 6. And tomorrow night, I start early at midnight after the Giants game.
That's it.
So midnight until 5 a.m., 6 a.m., whatever time.
Whatever it is, you're here.
I'm here.
I mean, just get on the cot. You'll be back later.
Alan Hahn's here next. ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Did you know that 40% of sports and concerts go unsold each year? It's true. In fact, thousands of tickets are given away to make events seem sold out. ScoreBig.com provides you a new way to access these tickets. At ScoreBig, you can score great tickets to baseball, NFL, NBA, and more at way below box office price, often over half off. Go to ScoreBig.com today, and you'll get an additional $15 off your first purchase. Just go to ScoreBig.com and enter the promo code ESPN2 at checkout. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN, the number 2.
You can tell a lot about a store by the tools that hang on its walls. See a lot of channel lock blue pliers? You know it's a place that respects quality and good old American hard work. Yep, Channel Lock's been inspiring confidence for generations, in those who sell them and in those who use them. So next time you're in the tool aisle, get your hands on a true Channel Lock plier and get back to getting things done. Channel Lock. Fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA, and proudly stocked wherever serious American-made tools are sold.
The kind of work you do is plain hard work. Take a seat at a Red Wing shoe store. Relax. Put your feet up, or more precisely, down, and let us do the work. We still use tools to precisely measure feet. It means a better fit, a customized fit, so you can do your job better. Red Wing boots are purpose-built for the exact work you do. Enjoy your break. You'll be back at work soon enough. Red Wing shoes. Work is our work.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. Oklahoma and Oklahoma State still have the Big 12 title within reach.
Wide open into the end zone. Touchdown.
The losers' hopes will be over when they go head-to-head in the next chapter of the Bedlam series. Number 21 Oklahoma State at number 13 Oklahoma. Today at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio. Now available. A brand new ESPN Radio app, both for the iPad and iPhone. Not only can you listen live to your favorite ESPN radio shows from over 30 stations across the country, you can customize your own station with the best interviews and analysis of your favorite sports, teams, and players. Plus, if your show already started, you can rewind for up to an hour. The all-new ESPN Radio app. It's sports for your ears.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now, a ceasefire half a world away caused stocks to rally here. The Dow closed up 48 points, the Nasdaq added 10, and the S&P gained 3. Stocks shot up after Secretary of State Clinton helped to broker a deal to end more than a week of fighting between Israel and Hamas. The markets will be closed tomorrow for Thanksgiving. The Conference Board's index of leading indicators increased 0.2% in October. It was up 0.5% the month before. The index is used to forecast economic conditions 3 to 6 months down the road. The number of people filing first-time jobless claims was up again for a second straight week, mainly because of people in areas affected by Superstorm Sandy who still can't work. New claims fell by 41,000. A judge in New York says Hostess Brands can proceed with a plan to file for bankruptcy. The company that makes Twinkies, Wonder Bread, and other iconic products couldn't reach a deal with union workers last week and shut the ovens off. Daria Albinger, ABC News.
And I'm Alan Hahn here with your ESPN New York Sports Center update. James Harden scored 33 points and Chandler Parsons had a career-high 31 to help the Houston Rockets coast to a 131-103 victory over the New York Knicks Friday night. Jeremy Lin added 13.7 rebounds and 3 assists for Houston in his first game against his former team. Knicks coach Mike Woodson was not happy with his team's defensive effort.
What you saw, nothing. Tonight was just, they beat us in every way you can beat a team. And I know throughout the course of the year, a season, you have games like this, but it's not acceptable. We just weren't ready to play, and that's on me.
Brook Lopez had 26 points, including consecutive baskets during the game's decisive stretch, and the Brooklyn Nets shut down the Los Angeles Clippers in the fourth quarter for an 86-76 victory Friday night. Brooklyn outscored Los Angeles 23-13 during a final period in which Chris Paul had no points, 1 assist, 2 turnovers, and 6 fouls. Deron Williams is now 14-4 versus Chris Paul. The 18th-ranked Scarlet Knights of Rutgers continue their quest to win the Big East for the first time in their history as they face the Pittsburgh Panthers at 12 p.m. today at Heinz Field. With a win and a Louisville loss, RU wins the conference and qualifies for an automatic BCS Bowl bid. Boxer Hector Macho Camacho, who fought professionally for 3 decades, was taken off life support and died early Saturday morning, 4 days after shooting in Puerto Rico. He was 50 years old.
Hey, it's Greeny wishing you and yours a very happy Thanksgiving weekend. We'll be back in better than ever on Monday talking football with you with Chris Carter, Mike Ditka, Ron Jaworski, and all the reaction to a huge NFL weekend. It's Mike and Mike Monday on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. All right, 11 o'clock here in New York City. Alan Hahn with you for the next 4 hours. Get cozy, cuddle up,
Get your shopping done. Keep the radio on. We got a lot to talk about. And I'm going to try to talk about that Knicks loss last night, but I know a lot of you can't. It really is inexplicable. And I know the word that was used a lot last night after the game was unacceptable. And that's really the word of the night. Completely unacceptable. A performance by a team that is supposed to be a veteran and tough team. Tough team. That was the identity they wanted to have, is to be tough. There's all kinds of toughness. All right. But that's not like tough as in throwing elbows, tough as in, playing a little too physical sometimes, trying to go after Jeremy Lin, which they didn't really do too much of. But early on, to me, it looked a little bit like Raymond Felton might have been kind of too psyched up for that matchup. And that is the issue. The issue with this Knicks team, if you want to have one, if fans want to be alarmed this early, and as much as you get excited about the 8-1 start, you also have some concerns. And I'm not concerned about rebounding. I'm not concerned about the defensive lapses they've had over the last 2 games here. 5 straight quarters they gave up over 30 points in a quarter. That's unbelievable. That's way too much. That's not. See, that goes beyond where you say, well, they're just not a good defensive team. That is incorrect. They are a good defensive team. They have the pieces to be a very good defensive team, and we've seen it. That's a lack of effort. That isn't just bad defense, bad scheme, whatever it is. That's just a lack of effort when guys are getting through. When guys are just getting to the cup as easy as they were getting. As Chandler Parsons turned into Larry Bird for a while there. And never once did he meet the hardwood. Not once. That's a problem. When you want to get a guy off his rhythm, he's got to meet the hardwood. That's what he's got to do. And that's what I mean. This is supposed to be a team that's identity is defense and toughness. But we didn't see that. We saw a team that got out of sorts, and they got angry, and they got frustrated because they probably knew they were a step slow the whole night. And there's your alarm, is the fact that this is a veteran team that didn't play like veteran team last night in that game. And they also weren't really like a veteran team in that game in Memphis for that third quarter where the game got out of hand. Now, they made a much better push in that fourth quarter and made it a game against Memphis a little bit, and it got you thinking, they're made of something. Just like the game in Dallas. They're made of something because they got down big, got a little out of sorts, but still had a chance with their best player with the ball in his hand and a chance to win it. And he makes a shot there. Who knows? This loss in Houston, you can kind of shrug it off a little bit. But that's if you're a Knicks fan. And if you're the Knicks, your worry about this team has nothing to do with basketball and has to do with their mental approach. And the fact that this is an older team and a veteran team, and they're not supposed to get unraveled. And they're not supposed to lose their cool. But really, they're not supposed to get outworked by a young team, the youngest team in the NBA. And that's what happened. They came out, guns a-blazing. And the Knicks looked overwhelmed at the start. And really, every time they kind of was able to get it close, they just couldn't get stops. That's supposed to be their identity. And, when it comes to Mike Woodson, and that's the stuff he's talked about, is the fact that they're supposed to be a defensive team, but they weren't in this game, and they haven't been lately.
What you saw, nothing. Tonight was just, they beat us in every way you can beat a team. And, I know throughout the course of the year, a season, you have games like this, but it's not acceptable. We just weren't ready to play, and that's on me.
Yeah, he's fallen on the sword for a second straight game. He blamed himself after the Dallas game because Mike Woodson believed, he tried to go with an 8-man rotation. He kept Marcus Camby and Pablo Prigioni off the court. They went 8 deep, and he blamed himself for that and said it didn't work. Now, I'm not too sure about that, but I'll tell you what. The fact that Marcus Camby hasn't played again, that makes you pay a little closer attention. What is going on there? Because if Camby is not getting into games and this team is not doing a great job on the boards, and we know Marcus Camby last season was the league's best rebounder percentage-wise. Best rebounder in the NBA percentage-wise. When he's on the floor, he gets the highest percentage of rebounds than any other player in the league did. And so that's his specialty. But I'll tell you what, the concern there is about his conditioning, and we'll get into that a little bit later as well. There's a lot of, again, the biggest concern to me, and you want us to, people looked at that game and said, oh, that's the old Knicks. The old Knicks came back. I'm not too sure about that. It was an ugly game, a bad game for the Knicks. They looked old. And I hate saying that, but they did. It's early in the year, but did they hit a wall here? It was such an exhausting start. 6 games on the road in their last 7. A lot of West Coast stuff. Who knows? Did they just kind of get some dead legs and they just weren't ready and went up against a Rockets team that really took it to them, and a Rockets team that does very well in transition, and a guy in Chandler Parsons who just had a career night, completely unconscious early on in that game. You don't expect that. You expect 33 from Harden. You'll get that from James Harden. That's not a surprise. The surprise is 13 to 17 from Parsons. The surprise is 52 points in the paint from a Rockets team that they don't have great size. They're not that kind of team. But they just got into the paint as much as they wanted to. And if you're a Knicks team that pride yourself on that, this is going to be a great defensive team. That's what they want to be. They want to be known as such. That's their identity. And you're letting teams just kind of get into the paint now and do what they want. That's a problem. But again, my issue, and I think it's something that Mike Woodson talked about after the game, is the fact that they got frustrated. They allowed themselves to get caught up in some things, and we've seen that. It's starting to become, it's twice, so I don't know if it's a trend yet, but it's something you definitely have to keep an eye on, and Mike Woodson definitely should keep an eye on it.
No, I don't think it was the composure. I mean, you give up 72 points, make no mistake about it. We got the record that we have because we've been defending and rebounding the ball. And we haven't rebounded it that great, but our defense has held us in and has created offense for us. And now we're just trying to outscore teams, and that's not good enough.
It definitely wasn't good enough. And Tyson Chandler, your reigning defensive player of the year, he certainly wasn't good enough.
We did enough offensively, but we didn't do enough defensively. And that's been the last 2 games. We're scoring enough points. We're just not getting stops.
That is true, and that's something that has to be fixed right away, quickly. And they don't have practice today. You're coming off a back-to-back. You're coming off a road trip. They have a back-to-back coming up. They play tomorrow against the Pistons. They play Monday against the Nets in the game now that suddenly looks like a pretty interesting game standings-wise, and the schedule just keeps on coming. They had a long break early in the schedule, and now the games just start coming, and they don't have much time for practice. So whatever they're doing, it's going to be watching film and making adjustments on the fly. This isn't something where you get into practice and they can correct anything that they need to correct on the court. This is going to be about film, and this is going to be about effort, and that's the bottom line here. 800-919-3776 is the number. You're here with Alan Hahn, and we're going to talk Knicks for a little while here, but we got a lot on the plate. We got 4 hours with you, so if you're going shopping, if you're out there now, I know it's not Black Friday, but Saturday, some of those deals still out there. So I know you're out there. Some of you are out there. Some of the wives got you out in the car, and I know you're not happy about it. Nobody likes to go shopping. The mall is a nightmare, but I'm going to get you through it. I'm going to get you through it by talking about your Knicks, and I want to talk about it with you. I'm going to talk Jets as well, and setting up for that big Giants game tomorrow night, and everything else is going on in the sports world. Again, the number is 800-919-3776, and get at me on Twitter, at Alan Hahn. I make it real easy for you, ALANHAHN. That's all it is. It's just 8 letters. It's real simple, and you can get me on Twitter as well. We're going to talk about Carmelo Anthony coming up and some frustration that's really starting to creep in with Carmelo, and is it justified on his side? I got some statistics, and I got some experts who are going to talk about it and tell us why Carmelo is or isn't being officiated fairly. It's Alan Hahn. This is ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This is the Mike Lupica Show.
And it is quite clear off of this small sampling, and again, we can only take so much out of what we've seen so far, that the most important addition to this team is Jason Kidd, and then the next most important addition is Raymond Felton.
The Mike Lupica Show, weekdays at noon, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hey, guys.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing.
Let's get those keys and go. Cars.com.
You can tell a lot about a store by the tools that hang on its walls. See a lot of channel lock blue pliers? you know it's a place that respects quality and good old American hard work. Yep, Channel Lock's been inspiring confidence for generations, in those who sell them and in those who use them. So next time you're in the tool aisle, get your hands on a true Channel Lock plier and get back to getting things done. Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA, and proudly stocked wherever serious American-made tools are sold.
You're not interested in impressing others, just yourself. You don't take shortcuts. Satisfying the status quo doesn't satisfy you. And, quite frankly, good enough is never enough. Now there's a work boot that shares your values. Irish Setter work boots. They're as hardworking and determined as you. Exactly what you'd expect from a revered brand with enduring heritage and pride in craftsmanship. New Irish Setter work boots by Red Wing Shoes. Field experienced, job ready.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Ready for the big game?
You know it.
Susan's shopping, so we gotta watch Josh for a while.
Oh.
Josh's new toy, sorry.
Can't you remove the battery?
Nah, he'll start screaming.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Stop in and try our new Molten Buffalo Dip and dessert nachos. And don't miss our new lemon pepper dry seasoning. All available for a limited time only. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
All right, so check this out, because it's so easy to watch a game when it's the home team and you're saying to yourself, that's a foul, that's a foul, that's a foul. Why isn't he getting a foul? And it's easy to do that because, I mean, you're looking at it from your own perspective, and so when you watch the replay, then you go, oh, okay, maybe that wasn't a foul. But when it comes to Carmelo Anthony, this is a player, he's playing the power forward position, so already he's moved to a different spot on the floor and he's playing against bigger players. And so you know that he's going to be drawing more contact. He's actually going, and I did my usual stat research, and it's going to drive Wally Zerbiak crazy because he hates when I come up with these stats. But you can't. The stats don't lie. He is playing in the paint this season. His shot, 36% of his offense now is considered at the rim, basically inside, okay, not on the perimeter, which is 10% more than it was last season, where he spent more time on the perimeter. 36% now of his offense in the paint. 22% of his shots are being blocked of those inside the paint. Are you kidding me? I mean, that 22% of his shots. Last year when he was in the paint, only 4% of his shots were being blocked. That's a huge difference. How much is it blocked and how much is it him? I mean, he's getting beat up. And that's the fact, because we saw some games there. He's wearing a headband and the headband's over his eye. He gets hit, but no call. And it's really starting to get to him. He had 2 free throws against the Rockets. Playing inside against bigger bodies. 2 free throws. And this is Carmelo Anthony, who he's not a guy that avoids contact. He welcomes it. And after a while, that Cheshire Cat smile, well, it's going away.
It gets frustrating out there. You do your best to try to, get foul, go to the hole, create something. It don't happen. That gets frustrating. And then you got to go back down on the other end of the court and, something do happen. So that's always the frustration when that sets in. But maybe I got to do a better job of not getting so frustrated and just accepting the fact that this is the way it's going to be.
Is it the way it's going to be? In Denver, his career in Denver, he averaged 7.9 free throw attempts a game. All right, almost 8 a game. With the Knicks, 6.7 in his career with the Knicks. Now, of course, is that the New York bias? No, it's the way he's officiated. And who better to talk to about this than one of the best defenders and a guy that defended Carmelo a lot, ESPN's Bruce Bowen, who joins us now. And Bruce, is Carmelo, is he somebody that gets hit and just doesn't get the call? Is there a reason for it? Or is he defended well and maybe when he's inside, he's easy to defend?
I heard MVP talk about Carmelo here last week, and I feel like it is way too early for that. But even in that sense, you want to be the best, you got to deal with what happens. You get bumped, you get bopped. That happens. That's part of the game. One of the things that troubles me with this is that him saying it to the media. It's almost like, poor me. I'm not getting the calls, and others are. Well, you know what, Carmelo, this is the game. You've been in it long enough. You got to play through that stuff. Michael Jordan played through it. Kobe Bryant plays through it. Shaq played through it. If your goal is championship, it's no time for you to worry about the fact that you feel like you got hit and you didn't get a call.
Yeah, well, and that's the point. And I think he tried to get through that for a couple of games, but you could see it's starting to creep in where the frustration coming out. And I'm sure you saw the play by now, him going down the floor, barking at a referee while Patrick Patterson, goes right by him and gets an uncontested dunk.
I'm sorry, but it takes me back to old habits.
Yeah.
And when things aren't going your way, and this is where, I understood this later in life, but Greg Popovich always said, don't read the papers. But, of course, what does athletes do? We read the papers.
Right.
Everybody's talking about how great the Knicks are. And, oh, look at this, look at that. And for me, the biggest telltale situation was the fact that you came into this game being one of the top defensive teams. So because you lost your focus, you lost everything else as well.
Right.
And I'm one of the most surprised by the starts of what the Knicks have done. But I also said this, let me see this team after a loss and how they respond. So they go to Dallas, and they lost in Dallas, and then come back in Houston and have that type of effort. Those are the things that continues to make this such a quandary for the New York Knicks as far as where is this team? What's the identity of this team? Because that's the time when you truly get a chance to see what your team is made of is in adverse situations.
That's exactly my point too. What I said earlier is that, you don't worry about their defense, their scheme or anything like that. What I worry about is how they handled this game. And it was the first time they had lost consecutive regular season games under Mike Woodson. Now, look, it was bound to happen. Nobody, just runs off 9 and loses 1, then runs off another 9 again. You're going to lose consecutive games. It's just a given. But it was how they did it, how they entered this game, and the fact that they were a step slow, and they really didn't match the intensity of a young Rockets team, and that's a concern. But there's Melo carrying them in the first half, keeping them in a game, even though they weren't mentally really there on the defensive end. And, you're a guy that defended Carmelo a lot. You defended him in a playoff series as well. What is it about him how did you defend him? What were some things principles you stuck to with him to avoid foul trouble?
Melo likes your body. He's very quick. He takes a direct line, which a lot of young players don't today. They do that banana cut, so to speak.
Right.
But Melo would go directly through your left or right shoulder to get to his line, and that's the thing that I was so impressed with, because at his size and his quickness, him being able to do those things is really impressive. But at the same time, I didn't like him to feel my body because he is a physical player. So when he doesn't feel your body, he doesn't necessarily know exactly where you are on the floor. So that's one of the ways that you're able to use that to your advantage. But, as far as today, it's not even about the physical aspect of things for this ball club. It's definitely the things that's going on in between their ears, and that's their brain and how they think about the game. Because that at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. How can they get to the point where you're not worried about the other things, but constantly getting better?
Right. And when they're supposed to be a team that's trying to establish a defensive identity, something they haven't really established here in a long time, and they were able to do that in the first 6-7 games of the season. But when you're trying to establish a defensive identity, to have a game where you give up 131 points in regulation, well, that really just carves that right out. Any chance of trying to say this is who we are, no one's going to take you seriously when you give up that kind of points to such a young team on the road.
Right, but more importantly is when you're doing well in this game, people take notice of that. So now when you go into an arena, you're going to get their best effort. You're going to get their best game. So it's not of the old where you're coming into an arena and nobody's getting up for you. They understand what you're doing right now. They understand that you're a good defensive team. So they're going to do their best to try to take that away. So in the process of taking that away, that means you have to come at every single game with the same focus as far as how can we get better tonight.
Now, do you look at this Knicks team as a team that will bounce back from them? I mean, where do you see them? Is the start fool's gold, or was last night's game an aberration in your mind?
Well, no, I think there's some realities there. I think you can't ignore this, because when bad things happen in this with this Knicks team, so does other. It's a domino effect.
It's New York.
And so I'm more concerned about where they are at halfway through the season,
right,
to really dictate exactly, as far as I'm concerned, what this team is about and who this team truly is.
We're talking with ESPN's Bruce Bowen, and former NBA player and one of the top defensive players of his time. And speaking of defensive players, a player that the Knicks are missing that does, not a lot of talking about players that they're missing. They mentioned, I was going to say they mentioned Amari, but for you,
love him.
There you go. And you talk about a guy that if he came on the floor in a game like this, and because you can kind of sick him on anyone who's hot, and he'll kind of slow him down, whether it was Parsons or Harden. Just talk to me about Iman Shumpert. I guess I don't even have to set it up. You're already ready.
Sorry for cutting you off.
That's all right.
But I love Iman Shumpert, his attitude, because it's kind of what, New York was all about. Hard-nosed, gritty, get down with it. Come on, if you're gonna score 35, it's gonna be the hardest 35 you've ever had to score against this ball club. He's so athletic, but he's a dog at it. And I say you don't have very many dog players today. But Iman is one of those type of players that can change the game just with his energy on the defensive end, because he's going to hawk the ball handler all the way up the floor. And by the time that ball handler crosses half court, he wants to get rid of the ball because he's tired. And when you make guys work, that's the biggest key in everything. So I know that when he's able to come back and implement a lot of that energy on the defensive end, it will just continue to affect that ball club in a positive light. Because you look at, I saw Tyson Chandler get a technical foul last night throwing the elbow.
Right.
And it's like, I love Tyson. And right now, he doesn't have any, in this little span of 2 games, I hope it's an aberration for them, but this little span of 2 games, it has affected him as well, because Tyson's one of the most positive guys out there on the floor. He's always going to say, hey, fellas, come on, we just got to get back. Let's communicate on defense. But when you have somebody like Iman out there on the court, now the word is taken to heart, and now you can get that focus back because you have someone else that's able to do those things.
All right, Bruce, before I let you go, and again, as I mentioned before, you have defended Carmelo Anthony. You have covered him in big games and playoff games and a lot of times in the Western Conference. Give me a secret about him when it comes to, you can hit him knowing you'll get away with it. Is there something in there where where you can make the contact that maybe the official's going to miss it?
Well, it's not anything like that, but when the ball's not falling for Carmelo, in the past, I've really been impressed with his maturation now. But in the past, when things weren't going well for him, he became disengaged. So now, telltale sign of what took place in San Antonio. They were down 12 in the fourth quarter, 7 minutes to go, and Melo wasn't having a good game, but he was still engaged. He had 12 rebounds, he had assists, and those were the things that was not part of who Carmelo was at that particular moment. But now that he has gotten older and he understands that a lot of responsibility has been placed upon his shoulders, he's trying to do those things. But again, old habits die hard, and this was a moment where I'm sure if he watches film and when he sees it on ESPN, him barking at the official while Houston's scoring on the layup, basically, those are the kinds of things that kind of bring you back, like, you know what, I need to stop my complaining and just play as I have before.
Yeah, New York's had 2 unbelievable moments in the last 48 hours between Mark Sanchez running into his offensive lineman's butt and then Carmelo with his back turned on a guy dunking on him. It's been quite a few days, but Bruce Bowen, always great to talk to you. Thanks so much for your time.
All right, fellas, take care.
All right. Well, 800-919-3776 is the number. And what is going on with Marcus Camby? I'll let you know after this. It's Alan Hahn, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Knicks head coach Mike Woodson with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
I don't know if you realize this, but your goatee actually has its own Twitter account right now. Seriously. What's the key?
I got a good barber. That's the key, man. He takes care of me.
Can you talk to Iman Shumpert about getting rid of that damn high top?
No, I'm going to let him go. He wants to be taller than Coach, but I like that look on him.
Coach, come on. You've got to be kidding me, man.
Knicks coach Mike Woodson every week all season long with Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
The difference between a job and work? Tools. A job, you just need a desk and a pair of loafers. But work? Building bridges, repairing jets? Those take tools, brains, and a pair of Red Wing boots. Red Wing work boots are purpose-built for the exact work you do. And at a Red Wing shoe store, we still use tools to precisely measure your feet. In fact, maybe we should start wearing a tool belt. Red Wing shoes. Work is our work.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payment, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
It's Alan Hahn. This is your ESPN New York Sports Center update. James Harden scored 33 points, and Chandler Parsons had a career-high 31 to help the Houston Rockets coast to a 131-103 victory over the New York Knicks Friday night. Jeremy Lin had 13.7 rebounds and 3 assists for Houston in his first game against his former team. Knicks coach Mike Woodson was not happy with his team's defensive effort.
What you saw, nothing. Tonight was just, they beat us in every way you can beat a team. And I know throughout the course of the year, a season, you have games like this, but it's not acceptable. We just weren't ready to play, and that's on me.
Knicks back in action Sunday, 1 o'clock against the Detroit Pistons back at the Garden. Pregame at 12:30 here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Brook Lopez had 26 points, including consecutive baskets during the game's decisive stretch. And the Brooklyn Nets shut down the Los Angeles Clippers in their fourth quarter for an 86-76 victory Friday night. Brooklyn outscored Los Angeles 23-13 during a final period in which Chris Paul had no points, 1 assist, 2 turnovers, and 6 fouls. Deron Williams is now 14-4 all-time versus Chris Paul. The 18th-ranked Scarlet Knights of Rutgers continue their quest to win the Big East for the first time in their history as they face the Pittsburgh Panthers at noon today at Heinz Field. With a win and a Louisville loss, RU wins the conference and qualifies for an automatic BCS Bowl bid. Boxer Hector Macho Camacho, who fought professionally for over 3 decades, was taken off life support and died early Saturday morning, 4 days after a shooting in Bayamon, Puerto Rico. He was 50 years old.
Hey, it's Greeny wishing you and yours a very happy Thanksgiving weekend. We'll be back in better than ever on Monday talking football with you with Chris Carter, Mike Ditka, Ron Jaworski, and all the reaction to a huge NFL weekend. It's Mike and Mike Monday on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
The storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship. For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. Today at 7 Eastern on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
All right, so the storyline obviously being poor defense by the Knicks, giving up 131 points. Last time they gave up 131 points, January 12th, 2011 in Utah. Very similar situation to it at the end of a road trip. Carmelo Anthony was not a Knick at that time yet. This was still Amari's team back then. But 131 points for that team is different because they played a lot quicker pace. It's a much different type of team. This is a team that prides itself on defense. And 131 points, you can't call yourself a great defensive team. You are a work in progress. They want to be. And they have the ability to do it. They've showed signs. But when you give up 131 points, you can't call yourself a great defensive team. A lot more work to be done and not a lot of time to do it. And a player that a lot of people think can help them in this area is Marcus Camby. It's the reason why they did the sign and trade for him. It's the reason why Tony Douglas is on the Rockets. We saw him last night. He was part of the sign and trade to get Marcus Camby back in New York, to have a backup for Tyson Chandler, a guy who's known for his defense, Marcus Camby, and also for his rebounding. Last season, he led the league in rebounding percentage, which means when you're on the floor, you get the maximum amount of rebounds available. He was 22% of the rebound, almost 23% of the rebounds, he got them on the floor. No player in the league had a higher percentage than that. And he was still one of the best offensive rebounders in the game, even at the age of 37. He's now 38. And the question is, why is he not getting in these games? Why is he not playing? Well, it's a simple answer. He's not in great shape. I mean, that's the issue. Mike Woodson was asked about it before the game. He was asked about it after the game. And the issue with Camby is the fact that he missed almost all of the preseason with a calf injury. Actually, he missed all of the preseason with a calf injury. He missed almost all of camp. He was there for the first couple of days, had a calf injury, and it really took him a long time to get back, to recover from it. Originally, it was supposed to be like an 8 to 10 day situation. But instead, he didn't play at all in the preseason, and that's the problem. And so now he's trying to play catch-up conditioning-wise, and here's a team that plays really fast in the Rockets. And there's not a lot of practice time for him to kind of get the sets and to know where he's supposed to be on the defensive side of the ball. And so do you throw him in there and hope for the best? Well, Rasheed Wallace has been playing so well. He really has. He's been playing terrific. And he did not play last night because of a sore foot. And that's something you'll have to pay attention to for Sunday's game. Will he be available then as well? Because his per 36 is unbelievable. 18 and 11. He's been terrific for the Knicks off the bench and very good defensively. He's been tough. He's been a big part of their defense. But the problem really wasn't interior defense. The problem was on the perimeter. Couldn't keep anybody in front. But anybody wondering about Marcus Camby and his situation and his minutes, you know, he's gotten some spot minutes here and there, but he hasn't done much with them, mainly because it looks like he's really not in the condition he needs to be in. And I know, Mark from Long Island, that was a concern for you. You're wondering what's going on with Marcus Camby. Mark.
Yep.
How are you? You're on with Alan Hahn on ESPN New York.
Hey, what's up, Alan?
Dude, I tee you up. You're from Long Island. You got to be ready to go.
Well, I was actually thinking about what you said, but didn't the same things happen to Rasheed? You know, he barely played in training camp. He didn't play any preseason game, right?
Yeah, no, you're right about that, and that's absolutely true. Mark, thanks for the call. But Rasheed certainly seemed to be in better condition, and when he stepped into those games early on, he looked good. He really did, and he the one game he had where he was just scoring on the post at will, he looked terrific. And so when you see the way Rasheed played, of course he's going to get those minutes. He earned that off the bench, and when Marcus got into games, you just didn't see the same thing. He did not look like he was really there. Not a lot of spring in the step. And I thought he really hustled well in the game against Indiana. He got into the game. He dove on the floor. He got some rebounds early on, and he showed you some signs there. But, I'm not sure if the conditioning is where it needs to be. At least that's what it sounds like is the issue with Marcus, that he's completely not in the shape he needs to be in. And how does he get there without a lot of practice? I don't know. And in a game like last night where you're down by 20 for most of the second half, why not throw him in there and let him get some game conditioning in? Let him kind of get out there. That's a question that Mike Woodson needs to answer, but it certainly is something that we'll keep an eye on because Marcus Camby was brought in to be a backup center and to be a defensive stopper and a rebounder, and that hasn't happened yet, but remains to be seen. 800-919-3776, the number. We're talking Knicks, and I'm taking your calls. Evan in Manhattan, you're on with Alan Hahn. How you doing?
Hey, Alan, I'm glad you explained that Marcus Camby thing because I thought it might be something a little personal, but I'm glad it's not.
It's not it's only personal because if he's not in the shape he's supposed to be in, I have a problem. If I'm a coach, I got a problem with that.
Okay, this is my point.
Yep.
Carmelo, it's the maturation of Carmelo Anthony time.
Right.
Since he has come to New York, See, he's in the big light now. He's going to have to, if he wants to be a superstar and be compared with the great superstars that he's playing with, like, Kobe and LeBron, you're going to have to suck it up, Melo. It's good that the New York Knicks lost because, there's no fool's gold there. Mike Woodson can fix it. He can fix it early, and he can take care of these things that they need to take care of. Carmelo, you got to suck it up. You got to play both ends of the ball. You got to stop, crying baby when you get hit. Go ahead down there, be a dog, play defense. And if you can't shoot, do something else. Knock somebody out of bounds. Do something. But it's good that the Knicks lost because otherwise, adversity is the greatest teacher in the world.
Yep.
I'm here to tell you.
I think we're all here. We all have experienced that once in our life. Evan, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Good perspective. And, it really is the thing. And I think, Bruce Bowen talked about it earlier, too. He was impressed by Carmelo early in the season with some games where it wasn't going his way. The San Antonio game was a perfect example. And, if that's early this season, his high watermark, the fact that he did not have a great offensive game, was held to 9 points. They really were all over him defensively, but yet he gave you an effort on the defensive end. He gave you an effort on the rebounding side and really played unselfishly, passing out of the double team, being part of a team concept kind of win and a great comeback. If that's his best moment, obviously last night when he's looking at the official as Patrick Patterson is flying by him for an uncontested dunk, well, that's certainly the low point. Carmelo's got to be somewhere closer to the high point. And really what we've seen out of most of him this season, he is that. This was a player allowing himself, I think, to kind of buy into this issue. Buy into the fact that the calls aren't going his way, that he is getting beat up. And part of that is him playing the 4 spot. I mean, that really is it. He's not playing on the wing anymore. He's playing against bigger defenders. They're throwing other bigs at him. He is getting a lot of contact. He's not an explosive jumper like a lot of people will say, well, why doesn't he dunk it all the time like LeBron? Well, that's not his game. He's not an explosive kind of player. And that's just the way it is. I got a friend here waiting here from Atlanta, DJ Grandman. See you on Twitter all the time. How you doing? It's Alan Hahn, ESPN New York.
All right, Age. How you doing, brother?
All right. I'm glad to hear from you.
Oh, man, I'm glad to be talking, Nick.
All the way from Atlanta, listening online. I appreciate it.
Oh, we got a ton of Knicks fans out here. More Knicks fans than Hawks fans, I think.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. But I see here your frustration is with Carmelo and the calls?
Yes. It's I was saying this last year. It seems like it's impossible he gets his shot blocked every time he goes to the hole. We've seen, from Dr. J, the Bird and Magic, Jordan, Kobe, especially LeBron. I mean, these guys, it seems like the reverse effect with Melo. If he goes to the hole strong, there's no call. As for some of the other guys I have previously mentioned, you get anywhere near those guys and it's a whistle. This guy is one of the top 10 players in the league. I think I'm not whining, but I think he deserves a little bit more respect from the officiating.
But how do you earn that respect? That's the question, because you're a player that's known to play a power game. And yet, when you're around the rim, because you're not an explosive player, he's not above the rim. He doesn't play above the rim. So as a result, he's got bigs coming down on him, and the referees aren't seeing contact. I mean, if they're seeing contact, it might be after the ball's already been blocked. Like the play everybody got upset about. And by the way, Grandman, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. And for listening too. The play everybody talks about in Dallas was the one where he drives baseline, Sean Marion blocks him from behind, and Chris Kaman absolutely just cracks him across the face with a forearm. And everybody's screaming for a foul there. But you got to understand, the block was made already. All right? The follow-through is on Kaman after the block. I mean, do you call a foul because he gets hit in the face? Can you call it that's one where if the officials are calling that a foul, it's after the play. And the ball's going the other way. So there's your issue. And there's a lot of things that can be debated. But one thing that can't be debated is that Carmelo as a Knick shoots less free throws than he did as a Nugget. That's fact. And his frustration of not getting calls is starting to boil over way too early this season. That's also fact. And those are some things that he's going to have to deal with if this is truly a changed player that we have seen for most of this season. And from what we've seen so far from Jeremy Lin, a little bit of the same, but certainly a changed player. And I'm going to compare him with Tim Tebow, and he's going to drive you crazy, but I have to do it. It's Alan Hahn, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Man, I'll never forget the day this cat came through the park. He sure didn't look like a player. We were all wrong. He was dishing and swishing till sundown. Who was this guy? He just said,
"They call me the head."
I found out years later who the head really was. Yes, indeed. The head was Michael Kay. Michael Kay knows his basketball. The Michael Kay Show. Weekdays at 3 on the home of the Knicks, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
What is work? Is work talking about working? Is work telling others to work? No. Work is actually working with your hands and your brains. Work is building skyscrapers and drilling for oil. Work is loading ships and building submarines. Work is craft. Work is complex. Work is family. Work is pride. And if you're serious about it, work is a pair of Red Wing boots on your feet. Red Wing work boots are purpose-built for the exact work you do. Red Wing shoes. Work is our work.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDrecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer, visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing. NBA versus college is always a great debate this time of the year. There's no debating where you go to grab the seats you want when you want to go to a basketball game. Just head on over to StubHub, where you can find the best basketball tickets for you, whether you prefer the pros or the fresh talent and rivalries of the college court. Even better, you can get rewarded on every eligible purchase when you sign up for StubHub Fan Rewards before you buy. Yet another reason millions of fans use StubHub for their basketball tickets every month. StubHub!
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Dr. Pepper's changing lives again with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper tuition giveaway. So go to drpepper.com and tell us why you could use some of that tuition. Like Yvonne Padilla Rodriguez. A year ago, she was struggling to pay her tuition. Now she's got $100,000 from Dr. Pepper to help her realize her dreams. What do you want to change in the world? Go to drpepper.com and upload your video. No purchase necessary. You could win up to $100,000 in tuition. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice-cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
This is Terry Bradshaw. I've won a lot of games by 1 point, so I know the value of an extra point. My friends at Ferguson are fond of extra points, too. Ferguson's been the leader for plumbing and HVAC supply since 1953, so you always get what you need fast. Touchdown! And now, when pros order online with Ferguson, you'll get Pro Plus Rewards points. Use these points to get stuff like sports gear, gadgets, and more. Check out Pro Plus at Ferguson.com and tell them Terry sent you.
All right, so more on that Marcus Camby stuff. I'm reading Mark Berman in the New York Post right now, and there's Mike Woodson talking about the reason why Camby is on the outside looking in right now when it comes to rotation, and Woodson told him, we haven't had enough time to practice, and he's still got work to do. I think that points to conditioning right there, if you ask me. That definitely points to conditioning, but, conditioning is not an issue for the guys who are playing right now, and they just didn't look like they had the energy in this game against the Rockets. They didn't look like they had the defensive intensity that they need to have in this game.
Definitely unacceptable, definitely embarrassing to lose like that. But the good thing is we feel like we're a good team. So we'll bounce back. Some things that we got to get back to the drawing board on defensively, and we'll be fine.
And that was Carmelo Anthony. I'm Alan Hahn here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. You can get me at 800-919-3776. Talking Knicks for a little bit more here. Get me on Twitter at Alan Hahn, ALANHAHN. And at the Sports Bar sends me saying, funny how Melo gets demonized after a loss and barely thanked for wins. It's ridiculous. So, you know what? I think he's gotten a lot of praise for the way the Knicks team started this season. He obviously is up high on the ladder of MVP talk early on, right there. If you look on NBA.com, he's right there underneath LeBron James. And even Rick Carlisle from the Mavericks said after that game that this is a guy, that's playing at an MVP level. He might be the best player in the league right now, is what Carlisle said. So I think Melo's gotten plenty of due early this season, and well-deserved, because his attitude, his intensity, the way he's played, everything about him has been terrific, has been outstanding. That one moment, and I think Bruce Bowen said it well, that one moment last night when he's talking to the official and not really paying attention defensively, he zoned out there, and he kind of went back to some past issues with him. And you never want to see that again. And I don't expect to, because this is a different player this year. And I've loved Melo's attitude. I think he's taken a lot of criticism throughout his career, and I think he doesn't get enough credit for his talent, but some of it is self-inflicted. But I'll tell you what, the officiating, the way he's officiated, that's definitely a topic of debate. Am I saying that there's a vendetta? No, there's no vendetta. But it's the way he's being officiated now that he's playing at the 4 spot, and perhaps officials need to adjust to him, and he needs to adjust as well. And that's something that'll happen. 800-919-3776 the number. Chino in Roxbury, you're on with Alan Hahn. How you doing?
How you doing, Alan?
All right.
I know the Knicks have to fix their defensive issues. That's number one on the priority list, but I had a question. I'm starting to see a lot more ISO ball the past 3-4 games, the same type of ISO ball we're so used to seeing in previous years. I'm wondering if that has any effect on the defense, maybe players standing around in the offensive end not feeling as involved as they were the past couple of games. Maybe that's bleeding towards the defense. Do you agree? Do you have any comments on that?
No, you know what? That's actually a pretty good point, Chino. Now, I mean, it does look like that. And what happens is it looks like that when you have a player who, like Carmelo, who was off, had a game like he had, a first half like he had in Houston, he was lights out. And when a player has it going, like a star player has it going like that, I'll use a term that Raymond Felton used after the New Orleans game, you want to feed the animal. That's what he said. You want to keep feeding the animal because, he's on a roll and it's a star player. You keep going to him. But what can happen is that you start going to him so much that you kind of stand back and watch. And that's an issue. When a player like Carmelo is shooting the ball the way he's shooting it, you kind of tend to fall into this, well, that's going in, so I'm just going to pedal back. And you stop going for rebounds. You got to know, he's going to miss eventually. Although with Chandler Parsons, you never miss. But with Carmelo, you can fall into watching him because he's that kind of talent, and you can't do that. And that's discipline. And that's, that really is discipline. That's a player on the court who's not going to allow himself to fall into it. I'm going to crash every time he shoots because number one, I know he's going to shoot it. Number two, I want to make sure I'm there in case he does miss. And I think what's happening is it looks like ISO ball. It's not, because this is a team that had 22 assists on 37 field goals in this loss to Houston. The ball moved. I mean, there was ball movement in this. A lot of times, though, Melo got stuck with the ball in the post. The doubles and triples came, which they do, and he got caught up. And, I mean, he had 7 turnovers. He had 7 of the 15 turnovers, so that's a major issue. And it was because the adjustment to the double teams, he just didn't do a very good job of it this night. But for the most part this season, the Knicks have moved the ball well. They have tendencies where they don't. I think J.R. Smith has struggled lately. We haven't talked much about him. His struggles lately lend to that as well. He's 2 of 13 in this game. He's not shooting the ball well all of a sudden. He was on fire in the first 6-7 games of the season, and now since then he's really struggled. He's falling into a little bit too much ISO. He's the guy that tends to kind of over-dribble and try to do too much with the ball. I think Melo makes quick decisions now. You don't see him so much holding on to it. He makes quicker decisions. Against Houston, he did fall into it a little bit. But this ISO thing, this fact that they're falling into ISO, it's statistically not correct. I mean, again, 22 assists on 37 field goals is pretty good. That means the ball's moving. That means you're finding guys. And they took 39 three-pointers. And these aren't contested threes. I mean, these are getting open because you're passing out of double teams and you're moving the ball around the court. A lot of these three-pointers that the Knicks are taking and making have a lot to do with the offense, and the offense is not a problem for this team. It's not a problem. The defense last night, that was the problem. Sam from Uniondale, you're right on my wave right now, Sam. How you doing?
What's up, Alan? How you doing?
All right. You want to?
Yeah. Alan, during this win streak, one thing that's been constant for me is, Raymond Felton and JR have been robbing for Melo, being that Amari's out. And I think one thing that was big was JR was playing both ends of the floor.
Right.
And, since the Mavericks game, was real prevalent. This guy, once his shot's not falling, his head gets out of the game, and defensively, he's nowhere to be found. Yep. And I think he's been a big issue these last few games, especially on the perimeter. He's got to get his head back in the game.
You're absolutely right, Sam. It's a great point, and that's the point we were just making. You can't let it affect you. And we talked about this with Carmelo. You cannot let it affect you at the other end of the floor. If you're not having a good shooting night, you still have to do everything else well. It's something that Mike Woodson is really trying to work with J.R. Smith. And J.R. knows that this is the stigma with him. This is why teams are hesitant about him. He's got so much talent, but there are games where he'll go for a little good run, and then he kind of disappears. And then he goes for a good run, then he disappears. The hardest thing for a player to do is be consistent. That is not as easy as it sounds. It really isn't. But you can go in and out on offense, but you can stay consistent on defense, because defense is about what? It's about effort. I mean, that's really what it is. It's about effort. But for JR, it's certainly an area that he has to get better at when it comes to consistency, because he comes in, he's so important to them off the bench, because it's not just for his scoring, but it's also for the other things that he does. And early in the season, he was doing it at both ends of the floor, and that was a big part of the reason why the Knicks were winning. And they got to get him back on track, and that's something I'm sure they'll be working on and looking forward to when they play Sunday against the Pistons. They try to get back on the winning side and put this losing streak, this 2-game losing streak, to a quick end before it turns into something that turns the start, which was a really positive start, into something negative. Boy, negative. What an easy transition I can make now into the Jets. But I'll tell you what, with everything that happened, there's just so much here. But I'm going to tell you about something. The number 6 in Jets history is notorious, and I'll explain why. It's Alan Hahn, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
I have some exciting news for you sports fans out there. I've discovered a new site called ScoreBig.com where you can save up to 60% on tickets to the NFL, baseball, basketball, and more. Always below box office price, guaranteed. ScoreBig.com grabs unsold sports and event tickets and sells them at huge discounts. Go to ScoreBig.com right now and type in the promo code ESPN, and you'll get an extra $15 off your first purchase. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN.
Son, try using the channel lock pliers on that.
You know, Dad had it right. More gizmos just mean more headaches. That's why the legendary Channel Lock tongue and groove pliers made it just 4 things. 2 pieces of high-carbon American steel, a rivet, and one heck of a can-do attitude.
Let's take her for a spin, son.
Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA. Enter the Channel Lock $5,000 Gridiron Garage giveaway and turn your garage into the ultimate football fan's dream work and play space. Enter today at ChannelLockSweepstakes.com.
The kind of work you do is plain hard work. Take a seat at a Red Wing shoe store. Relax. Put your feet up, or more precisely, down, and let us do the work. We still use tools to precisely measure feet. It means a better fit, a customized fit, so you can do your job better. Red Wing boots are purpose-built for the exact work you do. Enjoy your break. You'll be back at work soon enough. Red Wing shoes. Work is our work.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Ready for the big game?
You know it.
Susan's shopping, so we gotta watch Josh for a while.
Oh.
Josh's new toy, sorry.
Can't you remove the battery?
Nah, he'll start screaming.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Stop in and try our new Molten Buffalo Dip and dessert nachos. And don't miss our new lemon pepper dry seasoning. All available for a limited time only. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
I'm Alan Hahn. This ESPN New York Sports Center brought to you by the New Jersey Lottery. You got to give Jersey Cash 5. Now through December 2nd, buy 5 JC 5 games and get a free ticket for a $500,000 raffle. Play Jersey Cash 5 from the New Jersey Lottery. James Harden scored 33 points, and Chandler Parsons had a career-high 31 to help the Houston Rockets coast to a 131-103 victory over the New York Knicks on Friday night. Jeremy Lin added 13.7 rebounds and 3 assists for Houston in his first game against his former team. Knicks coach Mike Woodson not happy with his team's defensive effort.
What you saw, nothing. You know, tonight was just, they beat us in every way you can beat a team. And I know throughout the course of the year, a season, you have games like this, but it's not acceptable. You know, we just weren't ready to play, and that's on me.
We'll see if the Knicks are ready to play Sunday afternoon, 1 p.m. at the Garden against the Detroit Pistons. Pre-game at 12:30 p.m. on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Brook Lopez had 26 points, including consecutive baskets during the game's decisive stretch, and the Brooklyn Nets shut down the Los Angeles Clippers in the fourth quarter for an 86-76 victory Friday night. Brooklyn outscored the Clippers 23-13 during a final period in which Chris Paul had no points, 1 assist, 2 turnovers, and 6 fouls. Darren Williams is now 14-4 all-time against Chris Paul. The 18th-ranked Scarlet Knights of Rutgers continue their quest to win the Big East for the first time in their history as they face the Pittsburgh Panthers. Game just started 12 noon at Heinz Field. With a win and a Louisville loss, RU wins the conference and qualifies for an automatic BCS Bowl bid. Dr. Hector Macho Camacho, who fought professionally over 3 decades, was taken off life support today and died early Saturday morning. 4 days after his shooting in Bayamon, Puerto Rico. He was 50 years old. Oh, the number 6. Yes, the number 6 in Jets history. Shall we count them? Well, we saw what happened to number 6 Thursday night against the New England Patriots. He ran right into the backside of his offensive lineman. That play will go down in infamy. But we also know about other number 6s. We remember Doug Bryan. Do you not remember Doug Bryan? And that was an infamous moment as well in 2005 in the playoffs. Chance to get into the AFC Championship game, and he missed 2 field goals in Heinz Field in a game I covered. I was there for Newsday, and, never forget that. And, of course, another number 6, Bubby Brister. And the shovel pass that went back for a touchdown. Yeah. So, number 6, you just joined the club, Mark Sanchez. And it's not something that anyone would ever want to be, any club that anyone would really ever want to be part of.
Sean Green, the eye back. Broken play. Mark Sanchez scrambles up the middle. Lost the football. It's picked up. He ran right into the back of Brandon Moore. Fumbled the ball. It's picked up and running into the end zone with the loose ball for a touchdown is Steve Gregory. Are you kidding me?
No, we're not kidding you. This is the Jets, and it's a person in a Jets uniform wearing the number 6. It was only a matter of time for Mark Sanchez. It's Alan Hahn here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM as we transition into Jets. And where are they right now, the state of the Jets? But it's really incredible when you think about the plays and what went on Thursday night in that game. That second quarter, if you're a Jet fan, was really the epitome. It just reminded you of so many, at least for me. It took me back to Brister. It took me back to Bryan. It took me back to Marino and Aaron Glenn. It took me back to the Mud Bowl. There were just moments that it just made you say, why am I still a fan of this team? Why?
Sends a high end-over-end kick about 5 yards deep. Joe McKnight will bring it out right between the hash marks to the 10. Gets to the 15. Lost the ball! He fumbles it. Picked up. Julian Edelman runs right to the 10. 5. Touchdown. The Patriots score on special teams now as Joe McKnight fumbles, and it's 27-0 New England.
Marty Lyons' scream there was, I think we all were in unison. We all reacted the same way in that moment. Just incredible, because what was bad got worse and just continued to get worse and get worse and get worse. And in a way, you look at it, and it's almost like you have to laugh. As much you cry so much you start laughing because it was just that pathetic. That second quarter was just that pathetic and that crazy. No team is that bad. No team is that awful. But really, when you look at it, this is what had to happen. This had to happen because if the Jets had hung in this thing, now again, scoreless after 1, and you're thinking, all right, not bad, and at least you're that close. I don't think the Patriots had been held scoreless in the first quarter this season. So that was great. But the concern that I'd always had, and I talked about this in the past, is when you follow the Jets this season, you're thinking, and again, this was the game that set up. You beat the Rams, and now you play this game, and you're thinking, well, win this game, and now you got a lighter schedule, and there's a good chance. And you keep thinking that is the worst thing that can happen. Because what you need to happen for this Jets season is for something to detonate. You needed this. Because only when you hit rock bottom, only when things get this embarrassing and this awful, will the necessary changes be made. Because had they somehow pulled this, let's say they pull this game out. Let's say they keep it close, just like the first time in New England. Let's say it's another close game, a good battle. They lose, and then you win out the rest of the season or whatever it is. You get 8-8 or 7-9 as your finish, and there's your fool's gold. And there's your reason to keep the status quo. There's your reason where the coaching staff and everybody that's got their jobs to save, especially in the front office, not as much on the coaches. I'm a big Rex Ryan guy, if I haven't made that clear before when I've been on the air here. The problem is you start getting people who are basically in preservation mode, saying, hey, look, we got better. Look at the end of the season. We started doing better. We started winning, or we were more competitive. And so let's keep everything the same. Worst thing that could happen. Worst thing. So as embarrassing and painful and everything else that this was Thursday night, if you're a Jets fan, if you're a Jet, it's awful. And there's nothing good about it. But if you're a Jets fan, that's the silver lining. If there ever is one, that's the silver lining. That you can at least say, Well, they got to do something about this now. They have to do something about this now.
One thing I know about our fans, our fans are passionate. They want to win. And, again, I don't blame them, for booing me. My team never played very well today, obviously. And, I understand them and I respect our fans. But one thing, like I say, they're going to get everything I have, everything every man has in that locker room. And that's what I know will happen.
What would be nice is if Rex Ryan got everything that he could get from the front office. That's what would be nice, because you have a coach who is respected. You have a coach who is a terrific defensive coach. And this team is not a great defensive team. Why? The personnel is not good enough, because the offense has its own problems. We already know that. But the defense, the plays, the defense is just awful.
He takes the snap, drops back. They bring a corner blitz. It's picked up. Brady floats one up the left seam. Edelman has it in stride at the 20, at the 10, 5, walks into the end zone with a 57-yard touchdown reception.
And if that wasn't bad.
Brady looks left, throws left, wide open up the left sideline. Vereen across the 25, across the 30, left sideline 40, at the 50, at the Jet 40, to the 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown. The Jets completely lose track of Shane Vereen, and he runs down the left sideline 83 yards for a touchdown.
So don't talk to me about how you're a good defensive team or any of that. No. Bart Scott was brought here. He's supposed to be Rex Ryan's guy, and he has done nothing. And that was a play all completely on him. Completely on him. Total blown play. And that's a problem. If you're Rex Ryan, and this is your personnel. And I've talked about this in the past as well. Lack of leadership. Lack of anyone on that team that has any type of leadership ability that will put a stop to things. When the ball is rolling the wrong way, you make a big play, and you get momentum back. That's the big problem. This is not a great defensive team, and Rex Ryan is a great defensive coach. That's an imbalance. And why is that? It is an imbalance, and that's a problem. Now, again, we forget about Darrelle Revis not being there and how important he is, how critical he is. But you got some issues. You got some young players up front. Wilkerson's really turning into something. But you've got some issues up front. You've got some issues in linebacker, and it's issues they have to, because this isn't a team that hits hard and nasty. It's not. Your secondary, oh, yeah, LaRon Landry does, but it's almost borderline dirty. It's a little wrong way. It would be nice if they were able to get to the quarterback, but that hasn't happened in almost a decade. It's been a long time. John Abraham did it when he was not hurt. But it didn't last too long. Hugh Douglas used to do it. But, these are staples of a franchise. This is an identity for a team that doesn't have one on the defensive side of the ball. They have a great defensive coach as a head coach. And he's a great motivator, and he's a terrific quote. And he's perfect for New York. But the problem is their players. There are times when you talk about, well, you can't fire the players, so you get rid of the coach. In this case, wrong idea. This is a problem with the personnel. On the offensive side of the ball, it's an abomination. But on the defensive side of the ball, where your coach, that's his specialty, I'll tell you what, I'll take a line from, was it Bull Durham? Right? Jets are 4-7. How did they win 4?
We have some games coming up where we really got to eliminate some of the self-inflicted stuff.
Stop it, Mark. Stop it. That doesn't make any sense.
I'll put it to you this way. I mean, we're about as wounded as you possibly can be, but we're not dead.
Yes, you are. The season's done. As a team, really. And again, if they even try to win out or any of this talk, it's the worst thing that can happen if they even sniff 8-8. Because it's fool's gold. It's a false sense. And there'll be people in survival mode in that franchise trying to point to things when they get Woody Johnson in the exit meetings. Look, they're not so bad. Look, 500. No. This had to happen Thursday night. It had to happen this way. It had to be a national embarrassment, and it had to go that way. And for a Jet fan, it was hard to get through. But my beloved, we've been through this. We've lived through this before. There's nothing new. Mud Bowl, fake spike. intercepted shovel pass. Doug Bryant. All right? We got the scars. So you'll live through this. It'll be all right. The idea is how they get out of it. And where do they go from here? Make the right decisions from here forward. I'll tell you what, though. This game Thursday night, this wasn't what lost the season for the Jets. I'll tell you what lost the season for the Jets coming up next. It's Alan Hahn, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Winning back-to-back games has proven impossible for the 2012 New York Jets.
The final score, the Patriots 49 and the Jets 19.
At 4-7, no wiggle room remains. It's win all or go home. All the Jets drama unfolds right here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Johnny.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
You can tell a lot about a store by the tools that hang on its walls. See a lot of Channel Lock blue pliers? You know it's a place that respects quality and good old American hard work. Yep, Channel Lock's been inspiring confidence for generations, in those who sell them and in those who use them. So next time you're in the tool aisle, get your hands on a true Channel Lock plier and get back to getting things done. Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA, and proudly stocked wherever serious American-made tools are sold.
The difference between a job and work? Tools. A job, you just need a desk and a pair of loafers. But work? Building bridges, repairing jets? Those take tools, brains, and a pair of Red Wing boots. Red Wing work boots are purpose-built for the exact work you do. And at a Red Wing shoe store, we still use tools to precisely measure your feet. In fact, maybe we should start wearing a tool belt. Red Wing shoes. Work is our work.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer, Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx, online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
2.
All right, so the point I made is that 8-8, 7-9, if you're a Jets fan, you almost, and it's hard to root against your team at this point, you know? But I'll tell you what, with Fireman Ed walking out, killing his Twitter account, whatever, that's a sign. And I think, you know, and I'm not saying this guy is a leader or anything like that. I'm not saying he's like the person, the main Jets fan that everybody should follow. My point is this, is that that's the route you should go. You should walk out on the season right now because you don't want to see 8-8. You don't want to see 7-9. You don't. You do not want to see this team anywhere near 500 because there will be people in survival mode trying to save their jobs, trying to point to all these things, all these reasons why that things should stay the same and that, oh, we got better as the season went on and there were improvements made. No, this thing's got to get blown up. Now, I don't think everything's got to get blown up. Like I said, I've defended Rex Ryan. I think, you know, I've heard enough from other pros about him. I know Teddy Bruschi talked about it with Michael Kay yesterday, which I thought he had a great spot there. And he talked about the respect factor from New England towards Rex, knowing how good he is as a defensive coach. I mean, that's all that stuff aside. But the personnel on this team, the way it's pieced together, that's your problem. And really, it starts, forget the defensive side of the ball. Because none of the personnel really match the coach. It's the offensive side of the ball that is a complete mess because there is no identity for that offense. There's none. And really, it all starts with the quarterback.
I don't know. I mean, there were some low points, my rookie year. And, you just keep fighting through them. Go back and watch the tape. I mean, we moved the ball well. We ran the ball well. We got down by so many points, you can't run the ball anymore after that. So there's plenty of positive things. And then just that second quarter that just blew up, and it was really, really one-sided in that quarter.
Mark, the only thing positive that happened was the game ended. That's the only thing positive that happened. The only thing positive that happened was you did not get carted off the field, because that's really the next thing. That really was the next thing to happen in this game. And then, of course, we'd start hearing the chants for Tim Tebow. But really, as bad as that game was Thursday night, it was not where the season was lost. It was not where the season was lost. No matter what you thought going into that game, beat the Rams, and if 4 days later, if you beat the Pats and you have a shot at, taking on the division and getting into the playoffs, and then there's this. No, stop. That is over. And it was over a while ago. It was over in Week 7. Yeah, the last time they played the Pats. And you know why it was over? And here's why you knew the Jets were not for real. We're not going to be serious this year at all. There was no chance they were going to be serious this year. And it goes back to when they got Tim Tebow, and we heard about it in training camp and in preseason. Big secret, First rule of Wildcat is we don't talk about Wildcat. And so we didn't see Wildcat. We didn't see how they were going to use this new weapon that they traded for and how it was going to work and how it was going to revolutionize the game. And they were going to have this dynamic offense with two quarterbacks. And they were going to just have Mark play a little bit and then have Tim play a little bit. No. And here's all you need to know. The Jets tie that score at 23 in the fourth quarter on a nice run, on a nice drive. Sanchez gets Dustin Keller, 21 yards. Then Joe McKnight just running through that Patriots defense, 13 yards, gets 5 yards. Then you get one more, and then you get yourself set up for a field goal. Nick Folk, the only consistent player on this team, 43 yards, knocks it down, 23-23. And then they get the ball back. That's the incredible thing. McCourty fumbles. Jets get the ball back on the 18. What momentum. On the road. You just tied it. It's late in the game, and you're about to now, you have the ball in the red zone ready to go. And what do they do on 1st and 10? Direct snap to Tebow. I mean, are you kidding me? Why isn't Sanchez in that game throwing it into the end zone on 1st down? Get it up there. Let Stephen Hill try to get it. I mean, that to me, when you see Tebow come on the field at that moment, that's it. I mean, that's it. I mean, how do you explain that? It doesn't make sense. That's your 1st down play. You're going to try to run it up the middle for 2 yards. And there's your momentum killer. Absolute momentum killer. Then they try to run a little bit more. And McKnight runs into Vince Wilfork, which is like running into a brick wall. Now you're under 2 minutes. New England calls a timeout. And then Mark Sanchez is sacked for a -10. Another timeout for New England. And you bring Nick Folk back in. Okay. 43-yard field goal. He knocks it down. So you're up 3. But still, that just shows you. I mean, the fact that on 1st and 10, on their 18, momentum on your side, 2 minutes to go in the game, you just get a turnover after tying the game, after coming back in this game. And your first play is Tebow up the middle. And it just killed the momentum, took the air out of the Jets. You could see it. They try 2 runs, and it goes nowhere. And then on 3rd and 7, which is Mark Sanchez's nightmare. He's sacked for 10. And there you go. And now you're getting out of there with 3 and 90 seconds. Here you go, Tom Brady. Go be a hero again. And they go down, they tie it, go into overtime, and the Pats win it. And the Jets season ended pretty much right there. That's where it ended. It didn't end on a Thursday night. It ended right there in that game when on 1st and 10, your idea of the big play in momentum is Tim Tebow up the middle against a gigantic front line, a team that cannot defend the pass well. And your first play with momentum, instead of trying to go play action, which is only Sanchez's strength, or just throw it up to one of your receivers, get it into the end zone, go for it on 1st down, ride that momentum, go for the big play. No. Bring in Tebow, and you get 2 yards. And nothing happened from there on. And the Jets season ended there. And that game ended with back pats for the Jets, feeling good about it. That's the problem, too. Yeah, that's the problem. Feeling good about a loss. That loss ended the season. 800-919-3776 is the number. Join me, talk to me, get me your Jets. Let's commiserate if need be, because that's really what this is. Because you have to understand that you need to see this season now go down in flames. You can't hope that they get to 7-9 or 8-8. You can't. Mike from Cranford, you cannot hope that the Jets come back in the season.
Hi, Alan. How you doing? Good afternoon. I just had a quick question for you. The disconnect is incredible. When I watched the post-game press conference Sunday night, or whatever, Thursday night, Rex says, one thing I know for sure is you're going to get my best all the time. But after losses, he says, I've been out-coached at least 7 times. So is the point being that we haven't gotten his best and now we will? What's to say we will? Why?
Well, that's a good point, Mike. I think it's coach speak more than anything. I think what Rex does in press conferences is he kind of goes into some coach speak where he says things that he thinks you want to hear. Like he said the other night, you're just going to get our best. You're going to get our all. We're not going to quit. We're not going to give up. Well, I would hope not. I mean, I don't need you to tell me that. I mean, geez, it's like a father every time he leaves for work in the morning telling his family, I'm going to make money today. Well, yeah. I mean, it's just the way it is. You're supposed to. So I expect your best. And that's, I don't know if that's, again, I think for Rex, it's just coach speak. I think he's just filling space. He's got to say something. He doesn't know what to say. So he's just kind of giving you some rhetoric. That's really what that is all about. Dan in Manorville, you're on with Alan Hahn, ESPN New York.
Thank you for taking the call. I appreciate it. Listen, I'm a 36-year season ticket holder.
Oh, God bless
60 years old. Yeah, you're not kidding. But I want to say this as objectively as I can. In my opinion, looking at Mr. Johnson, I think he's got to figure out and say, look, even if I keep some of these people, where am I going to be a year from now? We got 3 linebackers that are done, Scott, Pace, and Thomas.
Right.
So when you use the expression blow up the team, I agree with you, but I would probably go one little step further. I think Rex has been too involved in working out people, and from things I read from certain blogs and Jet newspapers, he's involved too much in personnel decisions. I think he has to go. We got to start from scratch. Tannenbaum, I think, will be able to stay because he's a good cap guy. But this is the year he's got to make a move, or we're going to be having these same conversations next year.
Well, the only problem, Dan, with that is where do you go? Do you go to Bill Cowher? I mean, where do you go from here? This is when you get a new coach, it's a major transition because, a lot of the players on your roster, you can't get rid of the whole roster. So now you got to figure out who on the roster will fit what the coach wants to do. And it's a transition year. I mean, where do you go from here?
Listen, I don't know specifically. I'm of the ilk that says if a coach has been out a little too long, maybe the game's passed him by. Parcells has said it, a couple other guys. I would conduct a search because, honestly, a year from now we're going to be going through the same stuff. The team has hit rock bottom. The personnel is awful. Now is the time to have somebody come in and put a new stamp on this franchise. This is not working.
All right, that's from a 36-year season ticket holder, so it's a man who knows the business because he's there every Sunday watching this team play. And a guy that's been there forever, it seems like forever anyway, covering the team, Rich Cimini. Who better for us to give the Purple Heart to and talk a little bit more about this team and where do they go from here coming up next. It's Alan Hahn, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This is Bob Wischusen, radio voice of the Jets. Well, the Jets simply couldn't overcome their first-half turnovers and ultimately lose what could have been a season-changing win. Rex Ryan is live on the Michael Kay Show, Monday at 5:15 to talk about the loss on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. Oklahoma and Oklahoma State still have the Big 12 title within reach.
Wide open into the end zone. Touchdown.
The losers' hopes will be over when they go head-to-head in the next chapter of the Bedlam series. Number 21 Oklahoma State at number 13 Oklahoma. Today at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio. Now available. A brand new ESPN Radio app, both for the iPad and iPhone. Not only can you listen live to your favorite ESPN radio shows from over 30 stations across the country, you can customize your own station with the best interviews and analysis of your favorite sports, teams, and players. Plus, if your show already started, you can rewind for up to an hour. The all-new ESPN Radio app. It's sports for your ears.
From ABC News, Wall Street now, a ceasefire half a world away caused stocks to rally here. The Dow closed up 48 points, the Nasdaq added 10, and the S&P gained 3. Stocks shot up after Secretary of State Clinton helped to broker a deal to end more than a week of fighting between Israel and Hamas. The markets will be closed tomorrow for Thanksgiving. The Conference Board's index of leading indicators increased 0.2% in October. It was up 0.5% the month before. The index is used to forecast economic conditions 3 to 6 months down the road. The number of people filing first-time jobless claims was up again for a second straight week, mainly because of people in areas affected by Superstorm Sandy who still can't work. New claims fell by 41,000. A judge in New York says Hostess Brands can proceed with a plan to file for bankruptcy. The company that makes Twinkies, Wonder Bread, and other iconic products couldn't reach a deal with union workers last week and shut the ovens off. Daria Albinger, ABC News.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
You're not interested in impressing others, just yourself. You don't take shortcuts. Satisfying the status quo doesn't satisfy you. And, quite frankly, good enough is never enough. Now there's a work boot that shares your values. Irish Setter work boots. They're as hardworking and determined as you. Exactly what you'd expect from a revered brand with enduring heritage and pride in craftsmanship. New Irish Setter work boots by Red Wing Shoes. Field experienced, job ready.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Bah, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
I'm Alan Hahn. This ESPN New York Sports Center brought to you by the New York Lottery. Play the New York Lottery's Monopoly Millionaire Scratch-Off game and enter the Monopoly Millionaire Second Chance Sweepstakes with a drawing giving away up to $1 million cash. Visit NewYorkLotterysweeps.com for more details. James Harden's 33 points, and Chandler Parsons had a career-high 31 to help the Rockets coast to a 131-103 victory over the Knicks on Friday night. Jeremy Lin had 13 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists for Houston in his first game against his former team. Knicks coach Mike Woodson not happy with his team's defensive effort.
What you saw, nothing. Tonight was just, they beat us in every way you can beat a team. And I know throughout the course of the year, a season, you have games like this, but it's not acceptable. We just weren't ready to play, and that's on me.
Knicks back in action Sunday at the Garden as they host Detroit. ESPN New York's 98.7 coverage of the Knicks Pistons gets underway with the pregame, 12:30 p.m. Brook Lopez had 26 points, including consecutive baskets during the game's decisive stretch as the Brooklyn Nets shut down the Los Angeles Clippers in the fourth quarter for an 86-76 victory Friday night. Brooklyn outscored L.A. 23-13 during the final period, in which Chris Paul had no points, 1 assist, 2 turnovers, and 6 fouls. Darren Williams now 14-4 all-time against Chris Paul. 18th-ranked Scarlet Knights of Rutgers continue their quest to win the Big East for the first time in their history. They face the Pittsburgh Panthers today at Heinz Field. It's scoreless in the first quarter. With a win and a Louisville loss, RU wins the conference and qualifies for an automatic BCS Bowl bid. In baseball, Ichiro Suzuki's agent told the New York Post yesterday that his client enjoyed playing for the Yankees and that his preference is to remain in pinstripes this offseason. General Manager Brian Cashman said there is, quote, nothing to report in terms of new contracts for pitchers Andy Pettitte and Mariano Rivera. Boxer Hector Macho Camacho, who fought professionally for over 3 decades, was taken off life support and died early Saturday morning, 4 days after his shooting in Bayamon, Puerto Rico. He was 50 years old. Got some mass appeal. Absolutely. Alan Hahn here, 1234 New York City, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Talking about the Jets and a loss Thursday night that might have been one of the all-time epic losses in Jet history, especially that second quarter and the way things went out, but could be the best thing that happened to this franchise. And Rich Cimini, as you join us here from ESPNNewYork.com, tell me if I'm right or wrong.
What do you mean?
if this could be the best thing that happens for this franchise after all, the way that the game went.
Well, I don't know if I would go along with that. I think if they had won that game, they would have put themselves right back into contention.
But what good is that, though, Rich? Honestly, and I hate to cut you off, but in all honesty, if they win that game, isn't any type of finish here fool's gold?
Well, I don't understand what you're saying. Would they have made the playoffs? I don't think so. Even at what would they have been, 5 and 6?
Right.
I still think, despite a favorable schedule, knowing this team's inconsistencies, they probably would not have. But at the same time, a win over the Patriots could have been a season-turning game, psychologically, confidence-wise. But they were totally outclassed. I think you're getting at that they should, bring the wrecking ball to this administration is what you're driving at.
Yeah, I just did it awkwardly. Thanks, though, Rich.
Yeah, but, I think there's definitely going to be changes after the season. I think there should be some changes. I'm not sure where yet right now, but rest assured Woody Johnson is not going to sit idly by and watch his team miss the playoffs for the second straight year without doing something.
Now, where do they go from here, though? In all honesty, and again, as you said, the schedule is a little bit favorable to finish this season. Rex will always talk positive. He'll always continue to say that they'll give you the best and they're not out of it. It's not over and all that stuff. But really, in all honesty, where do they go from here?
Well,
that's a lot to start.
Yeah. At this point, it's like, some people were saying after last week's win that, a favorable schedule, maybe they can get back in it. And I wrote them off after they lost to Seattle because this team hasn't won 2 games in a row all year.
Right.
So to project them to go like 4-1 or 5-1 down the stretch was a bit much, I thought. Where do they go from here? At this point, jobs are on the line.
Yep.
Rex Ryan won't come out and say it, but there's a feeling in the building right now of walking on eggshells because they know, what lies ahead if this team continues to implode.
We're talking to ESPN New York's Rich Cimini, who covers the Jets as well as anybody in New York does, and has covered them for a long time. And you've seen almost everything. You saw the Brister interception, the shovel pass interception. You saw Doug Bryan miss those field goals in a big spot. You've seen a lot of the heartbreak over the years for this franchise. Where do you put that play where Sanchez runs into Brandon Moore and just falls down?
Well, it's definitely right up there. I mean, the Bubby play was a shovel pass, which gets intercepted and returned by Carolina. It's not often you see a shovel pass intercepted,
right.
But it was somewhat of a conventional play. This was just something that it was just mind-boggling, because plus the fact that it came in a sequence of 52 seconds where the Patriots scored 3 touchdowns with all 3 units, and it's
right.
only the third time in modern history that a team scored 3 touchdowns in less than a minute. And of course, the signature play was just, Sanchez made a mental error. It started with that. He turned the wrong way on the handoff, scrambles, and I looked at the tape 100 times. He actually had some room to the right of Brandon Moore, but decided to run into his rear end and slipped down, and actually got hit pretty hard.
Yes.
And I wrote that he got clotheslined by Brandon Moore's butt, and it's just it's a YouTube thing now, and it's unfortunate, but it'll be the defining moment of the season, and probably live. We'll be telling our grandkids about it.
Yeah, and probably maybe a defining moment in his career, which, is this the signal, maybe the beginning of the end for him, even though he does have that contract extension, even though Rex continues to say he's our guy, and even though we know going to Tebow, at this point of the season probably doesn't make any sense because it changes everything. But really for him going forward, and we're talking about next season, where is this the beginning of the end for him?
That's a fair question. I think he is guaranteed $8.25 million next year, so that was part of the contract extension. I think they're probably having some second thoughts about that extension now. But, I think he has to be back on the team next year. I can't see Woody Johnson eating $8 million, and I can't see another team trading for him and agreeing to pay that salary. So I think if the season continues along the path that it's going, that I think if Rex Ryan is the coach and this administration is making the decisions, I think you have to bring in a starting caliber quarterback to have an open competition with him, because it would obviously be a playoffs or bust next year for Rex, and I'm not sure I'd want to be hitching my wagon to Mark Sanchez, who I think has gotten beaten up a lot unfairly this year because of the surrounding cast he's played with. I mean, it's almost impossible. The receiving core is abysmal, but at the same time, there's 1 or 2 mistakes per game that just undermine the team, and you saw it against the Patriots with the interception and the fumble.
Yeah, and that's a great point. It is true that for him and his talent, he can't be the most important offensive player. He can't be, but he is this season, and that's probably what's exposing a lot of his weaknesses, because when you saw him earlier in his career, when they had Tomlinson, when they had Thomas Jones, when they had guys like that in a better running game, he could kind of be a secondary player, and he was better off that way because he does have some skill, play action and whatnot that you can utilize. But when he's the primary guy, that's where it becomes a problem.
Right, and you saw, the way he played last week against St. Louis is really a vintage Mark Sanchez performance. He didn't throw the ball a whole lot, but when he did, he was efficient.
Mm-hmm.
And they fed off him with the running game and play action, and they rolled the pocket a little bit, take advantage of his ability to throw on the run. That was kind of a perfect game for him. And, then this week against the Patriots, I thought early on they would let him throw more against the Patriots secondary, which has been horrible this year, but they were not. They were running the ball. And then, they baited him into that interception, which was, a great play by the Patriots.
Right.
But on the other hand, you have to recognize that. And then the fumble. And those 2 mistakes, which came in the first 21 minutes of the game, really set the tone.
And, they haven't used Tebow as much. And Rich, you talk about the Seattle loss as the game that really kind of kills the season. I even go back to the first time they played the Patriots, and they're on that great momentum that they come back, they tie the score at 23, then they get that turnover. They're at the New England 18 for a chance. Great momentum late in the game, at about the 2-minute warning, and on 1st and 10, they go to Tebow on a direct snap. And it almost was like, oh God, and you see, that's when you kind of felt like they really don't have an identity here. They don't have a feel for really what they want to do. And that was almost like just throw Tebow out there and see if something good happens. And obviously they still get a field goal, but they end up losing the game.
Yeah, that was, that'll probably be the turning point of the season because it just seems so long ago. But the Jets actually went into that game 3-3, playing for a shot at first place.
Right.
And that was Mark Sanchez at his best.
Yeah.
I think before that Tebow play, he had completed something like 9 out of his last 10 passes.
Oh, he had the long play to Dustin Keller that set up the field goal, the tying field goal.
Yeah, it was as good as Mark is right there. And then they come in, and not to say that I think the whole thing about ruining his momentum or rhythm coming out for a play gets a little overplayed, but I thought, they're aggressive with their play calling, they're pushing the ball downfield, and then they get the ball on the 18-yard line, and they put in their, running quarterback. I just saw it. And then the play calling after that, and even though I thought they were playing that game not to lose, and you can't play that way when you need more than a field goal to beat Tom Brady.
Absolutely. Rich Cimini, always great stuff. Thanks for talking.
All right, Alan, take care.
You got it. All right, 800-919-3776, the number. I want to hear from you, Jet fans, and let me know. Is it time to let this season go as a fan, or do you want to see them try to win out and get the best record possible? Give me your reasons why or why not. 800-919-3776. It's Alan Hahn, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship. For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. Today at 7 Eastern on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Son, try using the channel lock pliers on that.
Dad had it right. More gizmos just mean more headaches. That's why the legendary Channel Lock tongue and groove pliers made it just 4 things. 2 pieces of high-carbon American steel, a rivet, and one heck of a can-do attitude.
Let's take her for a spin, son.
Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA. Enter the Channel Lock $5,000 Gridiron Garage giveaway and turn your garage into the ultimate football fan's dream work and play space. Enter today at ChannelLockSweepstakes.com.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey,
come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Stop in and try our new Molten Buffalo Dip and dessert nachos. And don't miss our new lemon pepper dry seasoning. All available for a limited time only. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18 months special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer, visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
Dr. Pepper's changing lives again with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper Tuition Giveaway. So go to drpepper.com and tell us why you could use some of that tuition. Like Yvonne Padilla Rodriguez. A year ago, she was struggling to pay her tuition. Now she's got $100,000 from Dr. Pepper to help her realize her dreams. What do you want to change in the world? Go to drpepper.com and upload your video. No purchase necessary. You could win up to $100,000 in tuition. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice-cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing.
Let's get those keys and go! Cars.com.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDRecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
I'll put it to you this way. I mean, we're about as wounded as you possibly can be, but we're not dead. And I can tell you this, we will give everything we have, every ounce of energy we have to get this thing going. And that's from a coaching standpoint, every coach that I have, and players. And if not, then we'll make adjustments.
Is that what you want as a Jet fan right now? 800-919-3776. I'm Alan Hahn here, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM on a Saturday afternoon, talking about the Jets and the aftermath of the Thanksgiving massacre and really what happens next for this franchise. And if you're a fan of this team and they still mathematically have a chance to finish over 500 or even at 500, but considering everything, is that what you think is the best thing for this team? Or would you rather, as Thursday night showed you, see this thing just continue to fall apart so that the upper management is forced to make major decisions to turn this thing around the right way? Mike from Little Falls, you're on with Alan Hahn, ESPN New York.
How you doing today?
How you doing, Mike?
Listen, I'm good. Listen, you always want your team to fight right till the end. And you know what? That's the best way to evaluate who upper management needs to get rid of. If they quit and they don't show heart, then you don't need them. I mean, how else are you going to evaluate these guys? I want my team to fight till the bitter end. And whatever happens, happens. But you don't ever quit. You don't ever give up. You don't ever just show up there so you get your paycheck from your big contract. You fight. And you know what we're wondering about Mark Sanchez this year with all his mistakes and everything else? He wants to fight. He's never quit. I've never seen him walk on that field and give up. I haven't seen it yet.
Well,
I like that.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mike. But you know what? He's a professional. He's supposed to do that. But let me ask you this, Mike. Yeah, you want to see your team fight. And you make a great point. That how else do you evaluate a team if they're not playing hard, if they're not giving you a full effort? But the only problem that I have with that is that it could turn into something where a lot of people who are in survival mode turn around and say, see, it's not so bad. We finished 500 or almost at 500, and it kind of skews your decisions going forward. It could be the worst thing that happens if they actually, if they're playing well against weaker teams. And then now you don't want to change anything because you think you have something more than you do. And really, you're trying to build a championship team here, not a team that's just mediocre.
Oh, absolutely. But here's my answer to you.
Okay.
Is a true football person, someone who watches the game who's not just a casual fan, knows what the situations are. If the only thing you're looking at the end of the season is the record to evaluate your team, maybe you shouldn't be in upper management in the NFL.
That's a great point, Mike.
Maybe you shouldn't be there.
Very good point. Great point, Mike.
If you're looking at records, and you're saying to myself, oh, my record's 8-8, and you don't look around your team, then you don't belong there.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay? The record shouldn't be the only thing that's looked at. Listen, the Patriots are always a dominant team. I'm quite sure that Bill Belichick doesn't look at the record to evaluate his team. He makes changes even when they're dominating.
Yeah.
Okay? You have to look at the weak points of your team. The record is not what you're looking at. You have to look at a lot of things, and I think the first thing you have to look at starts with heart.
Yeah, well, it starts with being competitive, but it also starts with discipline, too. Great call, Mike, by the way. Thanks again. It starts with discipline. And, you know, heart is something that comes with it, too. But you should play hard. You should play with heart because you're a professional. But the idea is, again, is that you will start to see, and this happens, where you get guys who are in survival mode, and now they're going to start looking out for themselves and their own futures. And that's where things get dangerous, and where you start having, if they have this so-called success later in the season and get close to 500, it is a way you can start pointing and saying, look, we're not so bad. But that second quarter shows you it is so bad, absolutely so bad. Rod in New Jersey, you're on with Alan Hahn, ESPN New York.
How you doing, Alan?
All right, Rod.
I just wanted to comment on the situation that you were talking about. I think that things need to change, and I agree with you that if they do go 8-8, they're going to think that we did okay with the talent that we had.
All right, fool's gold.
I think that in the general manager's office, I think things need to change. Everybody says Tannenbaum's great with the cap. That's true. He may be great with the cap, but as talent, the product that he's putting on the field is not very fair to the coaching staff that they have to put up with that.
That's true. No.
And then we also talked about the offensive coordinator. Last year we were killing the offensive coordinator. He needed to go. But then who do they bring in behind him? They bring in Sperano. When has he proven to be a great offensive coordinator that he would need to come in and then make changes? The play calling doesn't look much different from this year last year when you look at down and distance.
Well,
and then the types of plays that they're calling.
All right, Rob. Well, thanks for the call, but I'll point this out though. Sometimes it is personnel, and we're seeing the same things that that Schottenheimer had limitations as well with the quarterback because he's not really a traditional stand strong in the pocket and throw a deep ball kind of quarterback, and teams know that. They know he's got some limitations on his range, and they can defend him that way. Joe from Bergen County, you're on with Alan Hahn, ESPN New York.
Hey, Alan, thanks for taking the call.
You got it, Joe.
I just want to comment and say that all fans want to see their team win. Obviously, that's a very easy statement to make. But, the biggest thing is if it's going to cause your team to regress because you lose a top 15 draft pick, it is tough for the fans to obviously sit there and cheer for their team. Secondly, the other thing I really quickly wanted to say was two guys who I evaluate would obviously be Sperano. The thing with Sperano and Tannenbaum, the thing with Sperano is that on 4th and 1, going up the middle against Vince Wilfork. I don't know how I feel about that.
That's one of those questionable decisions, right?
Yeah, and the other thing is, we've seen in the past, I remember, I think it was 2 years ago, Sanchez is great on that bootleg play. Why do we not run that at the goal line? It drives me absolutely out of my mind.
No, you're absolutely right, Joe. Good call. That's, the thing with him, again, if you have a good running game, that's what Mark is. He's a crafty quarterback who can move, and he's good in the play action, and that's really where his strength is, not as a guy that's got to be your traditional signal caller who's basically running that offense and in charge. He's not a Peyton Manning type. That's just not who he is. But they kind of are thrusting him into that because there's no other dynamic player, especially in the running game on the offense, that can really be that. Eric from Brooklyn, you're on with Alan Hahn, ESPN New York.
Hey, good morning. Oh, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Eric. No one sleeps.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'm at work. So.
That's all right. No problem.
Yeah, I just feel that they need to get rid of Tannenbaum altogether. He's just horrible. He's horrible.
He's horrible. Well,
they say he's a great numbers guy. Let him stay in the numbers department, get a real GM. Rex Ryan, say he's a good coach. He's a good defensive-minded guy, right?
Yes.
He needs to get demoted down to defensive coordinator and actually get a decent coach that can actually is more more objective to both sides of the ball. Right now, he's only focused on one side of the spectrum.
Well, a lot of times
that's not fair.
Yeah, no, and thanks for the call, Eric. Good luck at work. It's a lot of times that does happen where a head coach generally has a strength on one side, and that's really what he pulls from, and then you bring in a coordinator for whatever your other side is that really has the ability to run that offense. But I think when it comes to coaching, there are some limitations here with this team. There's no question about it. Justin at Dix Hills, you're on with Alan Hahn, ESPN New York. Real quick.
Hey, Alan, how you doing?
Good, Justin.
I think the Jets should put in Greg McElroy because, the season's basically over, and he was an SEC champion from Alabama.
I got you, Justin. Thanks. Look, he probably should have been dressed because, as the story goes, I guess Tim Tebow had some cracked ribs and really wasn't available to play, although they're saying he was available to play. But there's a question there. Are we going to see McElroy? Who knows? He's from one of my favorite college teams, Alabama, and a national champion. We'll see. All right, coming up next, talk some more Knicks. Alan Hahn, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
I have some exciting news for you sports fans out there. I've discovered a new site called ScoreBig.com where you can save up to 60% on tickets to the NFL, baseball, basketball, and more. Always below box office price, guaranteed. ScoreBig.com grabs unsold sports and event tickets and sells them at huge discounts. Go to ScoreBig.com right now and type in the promo code ESPN, and you'll get an extra $15 off your first purchase. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
Hi, it's the Herd. Everybody in business has to deal with either emailing a file that's too big to attach, or sending a confidential file without a secure way to do it, or needing to access a document while on the go. How about an answer for all three? ShareFile by Citrix, the all-in-one business solution for sending, sharing, and receiving files of almost any size. ShareFile was designed for businesses and can be customized to meet your company's specific needs. Every file stays under your control, so you know it's secure. You can manage who has access and for how long, see when files are opened, and by whom. Plus, ShareFile allows you to access files from any computer or, even better, any mobile device. Try ShareFile today. Sign up for my special offer. 30-day full free trial. Go to ShareFile.com, click on the radio mic, enter my name, Colin. ShareFile.com, type in my name, Colin, C-O-L-I-N.
I'm Alan Hahn with your ESPN New York Sports Center update. James Harden had 33 points. Chandler Parsons had 31. And the Houston Rockets blew out the Knicks 131-103 Friday night in Houston. Jeremy Lin had 13 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists for the Rockets in his first game against his former team. Knicks lost consecutive games in the regular season for the first time under Mike Woodson, has given up 30 points or more in 5 of the last 6 quarters. Tyson Chandler says that's not good enough.
You know, we did enough offensively, but we didn't do enough defensively. You know, and that's been the last 2 games. You know, we're scoring enough points. We're just not getting stops.
Knicks back in action Sunday at the Garden. They host the Detroit Pistons. Coverage on ESPN New York 98.7 begins at 12:30 for the pregame show. Brook Lopez at 26 points, and the Brooklyn Nets shut down the Clippers in the fourth quarter for an 86-76 win Friday night. The Nets outscored the Clippers 23-13 during the final period. Chris Paul, no points, 1 assist, 2 turnovers, and 6 fouls in that final period. Darren Williams is 14-4 now all time against Chris Paul. 18th-ranked Rutgers is trying to win the Big East for the first time in their history. They are playing against the Pittsburgh Panthers right now at Heinz Field, trailing 7-0 in the second quarter. If Rutgers wins and Louisville loses today, the Scarlet Knights win the conference and qualify for an automatic BCS Bowl bid. Ichiro Suzuki's agent told the New York Post yesterday that his client enjoyed playing for the Yankees, and his preference is to remain in pinstripes this offseason. Meanwhile, General Manager Brian Cashman said there is nothing to report in terms of new contracts for pitchers Andy Pettitte and Mariano Rivera. Boxer Hector Macho Camacho, who fought professionally for over 3 decades, was taken off life support and died early Saturday morning, 4 days after a shooting in Bayamon, Puerto Rico. He was 50 years old.
Hey, it's Greeny wishing you and yours a very happy Thanksgiving weekend. We'll be back in better than ever on Monday talking football with you with Chris Carter, Mike Ditka, Ron Jaworski, and all the reaction to a huge NFL weekend. It's Mike and Mike Monday on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
So all of a sudden you look up, and there are the Brooklyn Nets. That is an impressive win Friday night against the Clippers team that, like the Knicks, got off to a great start and were a story early in the NBA season, the way they were playing. They are a terrific team at home. But they come to the East, and they go into Brooklyn, and in that fourth quarter, I mean, look at the numbers are just astounding, but Brook Lopez really playing terrific basketball for them early on. If he stays healthy, and that's always been the key with him, but if he stays healthy, he's a key player for them because they obviously have the backcourt play with Darren Williams and Joe Johnson. But Brook Lopez, as their big man, getting the points in the paint the way he can, forget about the rebounding aspect. I mean, that's just what he is. He's not a great rebounding center, but he can score the ball. No question about it. And he's a handful down there. When he's healthy and in shape, which he is right now, he's certainly a great player and had a big night against the Clippers. And I think that's a terrific stat, though, the way Darren Williams and Chris Paul, the 2 stars of that draft in 2005, and those guys going head-to-head, think about 14-4. Darren Williams just owning Chris Paul there, and Chris Paul, talk about a frustrating fourth quarter. You want to talk about Carmelo Anthony being frustrated with whistles. How about Chris Paul getting 6 fouls in a quarter? That's a major issue. 800-919-3776. I'm Alan Hahn here, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Got to move away from the Jets because I'm starting to get depressed a little bit. So let's move back to the basketball side. And here we go. The Knicks get back at it. They're back at the Garden, which they've only been, this will be their 5th home game. They haven't had a lot of time at home, but they are back in New York, and they play at the Garden. Another matinee on Sunday, tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock, and they host the Detroit Pistons, a team that they should beat. They should be able to handle this team and get back in their winning ways and put an end to what is right now, a short losing streak, and the first time they've lost consecutive games under Mike Woodson during the regular season. That's the whole thing when it comes to the regular season. You want to limit these losing streaks. That's the whole idea. That, you're going to lose. That's just the way it is. The schedule is so long, and it's going to happen where you're going to lose a couple of games here and there, but you don't want these things to turn into 4 and 5. And we've seen that in the past with these Knicks teams recently where they'll run off 4 or 5 in a row, and then they'll lose 4 or 5 in a row. That's the sign of an inconsistency. And what they got to do is take advantage of these games where they're playing teams that they're supposed to be better than, and that's one of these games here. Absolutely one of these games here. And it's against, it is interesting to me that they play against Detroit here at this point in time. And why? Well, because the head coach of the Pistons is Lawrence Frank, who's a great guy and a very good coach. And it's interesting, if you go back to the offseason in 2011, the Knicks were looking for a defensive-minded assistant coach, and Lawrence Frank was high on their list. And Lawrence Frank and Mike Woodson were both going for the Pistons job. The job was open, and they were both interviewing for it. And a lot of people thought that Woodson would get it because of his past there. He was an assistant coach under Larry Brown when they won the championship in 2004. Very well liked, very popular assistant coach there in Detroit. And you thought, considering that connection, the lineage, that he would be a perfect fit there in Detroit. And with that in mind, a lot of people thought, the feeling was that Lawrence Frank would end up being an assistant coach with the Knicks and working with Mike D'Antoni. Now, as you see everything going forward, how interesting would it be if Lawrence Frank ended up being the head coach of the Knicks right now, if Mike D'Antoni had stepped down and all the things happened along the same way. If everything went according, and now Lawrence Frank, and then Mike Woodson would be in Detroit, and Lawrence Frank would be your head coach here in New York, and where would they be? How would this all work out? How would Lawrence Frank work with Carmelo Anthony? How would it all have come together? So real interesting now as kind of these two entities kind of meet here at this point in time, where instead, as we saw as fate decided, Mike Woodson ended up not getting the job in Detroit, probably disappointed about it, but in the end, works out pretty well for him because now he's head coach of the New York Knicks, and he has a roster here that is good enough to contend in the East and be a team that can make some noise and do something here. They've got the talent, and they've got the veterans, and they've got some they have a window of opportunity. And I think the way he coaches this team, they definitely respond to him. And I'll be very curious to see how they respond to him going forward in this game against the Pistons. These are games you're supposed to win, and we know that in the past, Knicks haven't necessarily done that. But this is one of those you want to get back in the good graces of the fans. You certainly want to get back to feeling good about yourself. Here's your opportunity Sunday afternoon at the Garden. And then we head to Brooklyn Monday night for that game that was supposed to start the season, but because of the Superstorm and everything that happened, the NBA made the correct decision and postponed that game as they should have at the time. So we wait now, and we see a Knicks and Nets team. A Knicks team that, back-to-back losses, defense is an issue, but we'll see what happens on Sunday. And a Nets team that's playing very well, right on their heels. And if the Nets get a win tomorrow and the Knicks get a win tomorrow, you're talking about a Monday night game that sets up where the Nets can look at it as an opportunity now to jump over the Knicks early, but still jump over the Knicks in the Atlantic Division. And we talk about rivalries with these two teams. And we talk about, is it a rivalry? A rivalry developing. A rivalry doesn't develop until you're playing for something. And we're still too early in the season to call this playing for something. But it is a pretty good precedent setter. I think this is one that this will definitely get things going. And the Knicks know it. They have to know it. They've heard about it all year. And the Nets know it too. And they're going to be fired up to play this game. And they should be. And it should be a really exciting game. And it should be a lot of fun. And that's the whole idea of the Nets moving into New York City, into Brooklyn, that it turns into now something that could develop because you have two teams in New York. And if you can keep these two teams this season playing at a high level with a winning record, going, battling for the Atlantic Division 1 and 2, well, now you're starting to develop a rivalry because it will matter as the season goes on. And that's what it's about. That's when you start to say there is a hatred developing between the two teams. There's a dislike, and we haven't really seen that in New York with any of these teams because Mets and Yankees don't play that often for there to be any type of real dislike. And we had some fun with Roger Clemens and Mike Piazza. And that was kind of fun. There was a little bit of that. It was a little bit of anger and some, between the two teams, but it never really sustained. Even the World Series in 2000, as fun as that was, it wasn't even close. But we really haven't seen it. Jets-Giants never really turned into something real. The Giants just annoyed that the Jets got so much media attention, but that's just that. It doesn't really carry over onto the field. But I go back to the 80s, and I know Don LaGreca will agree with me on this because not too many people pay attention to this stuff, but Islanders-Rangers was really the last time you had two teams in New York that had strong fan bases, and the teams literally just did not like each other. I mean, just hated each other. Hated playing each other because they knew it was that kind of game. It was going to be a physical, nasty game. And the Islanders hated that the Rangers were hard to beat. And the Rangers hated that the Islanders were great when they were great. And this is in the early 80s. A long time ago. And, yes, I know it's hockey, which they don't want to play anymore. We can talk about that some other time. But this could brew and develop into something a lot of fun and very entertaining if it can take us from Monday night and not disappoint us and take us all the way into April. And then it'll really matter. And that lays the groundwork for it. But it does start Monday, and it does set up for something pretty exciting. Because on the first game of the season, give or take a loss. It doesn't matter. Take it or leave it. But this is a little different now because if both teams go into that game on a win and they're one game away from each other in the standings as they are right now, the Nets could make a serious claim here, an early claim. And this is something that Don LaGreca and I did in the offseason, and I'm going to keep it going right now. Nets fan or Knicks fan, you've got to do something. You've got to claim it. You've got to
plant your flag.
That's right. You got to tell me if you are a Knicks fan or a Net fan. You've got to choose now. You really should have chosen in the offseason, but there are some people that have one foot in each bus. Now, I know what you're about. I understand. You want to see which team's better, and then you'll feel good about your choice.
Frauds.
But you've got to step in, absolutely. See? Desiree Santiago, he don't want to hear from you. You're a fraud. That's what he said. And that's what Don said too. You're a fraud if you're in the middle. But we're not letting you do that. 800-919-3776 is the number, and you're going to call and you're going to
plant your flag.
Knicks or Nets, and you have to make that choice now as we lead into Monday, which is the first fun Knicks-Nets game of the season. There'll be 4 of them, and this is the first one where we can really get into it and see if a rivalry can be born. 800-919-3776 is the number. We'll take your calls on this. We'll see what flag you're planting, and we'll talk more Knicks coming up after this. Alan Hahn, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Knicks head coach Mike Woodson with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
I don't know if you realize this, but your goatee actually has its own Twitter account right now. Seriously. What's the key?
I got a good barber. That's the key, man. He takes care of me.
Can you talk to Iman Shumpert about getting rid of that damn hot top?
No, I'm going to let him go. He wants to be taller than Coach, but I like that look on him.
Coach, come on. You've got to be kidding me, man.
Knicks coach Mike Woodson every week all season long with Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Son, try using the channel lock pliers on that.
You know, Dad had it right. More gizmos just mean more headaches. That's why the legendary Channel Lock tongue and groove pliers made it just 4 things. 2 pieces of high-carbon American steel, a rivet, and one heck of a can-do attitude.
Let's take it for a spin, son.
Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA. Enter the Channel Lock $5,000 Gridiron Garage giveaway and turn your garage into the ultimate football fan's dream work and play space. Enter today at ChannelLockSweepstakes.com.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
This holiday season, spend less time shopping for a new Mercedes-Benz and more time for yourself. Announcing the Rally Motors Less is More event, where buying a new or certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. At Rally, it's simple. You spend less time, less hassle, and less worrying when you purchase a Mercedes-Benz. And during this holiday season, you'll enjoy more incentives, more inventory, and more leasing and financing options. Don't settle for the status quo. Expect more. Rally Motors. View all specials online at RALLYEMotors.com.
Hi, it's Colin. 1-800-Flowers.com knows that Thanksgiving is a special time to spend with family and friends. That's why they've created beautiful centerpieces that bring smiles to your Thanksgiving celebration. They're amazing. 1-800-Flowers.com Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece was created just for this holiday. It's a handcrafted autumn centerpiece. Has a bounty of roses, sunflowers, lilies, and more. Sending this gift brings warmth to any room and color to any Thanksgiving celebration, even if you can't be there in person. For a limited time, when you order the Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece from 1-800-Flowers.com, use my name and you'll receive a free upgrade to a larger centerpiece for just $29.99, a $10 savings. That means more beautiful flowers and a larger centerpiece for free. Plus, it's available for same-day delivery. How sweet is that? Don't wait. Order it now. A Thanksgiving arrangement nobody will soon forget. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
Don't think I don't know what that song is back in the day. Alan Hahn here, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM, 116 on a Saturday afternoon in New York City, and I want you to plant your flag.
Plant your flag.
He says it better than me. Knicks or Nets going into a big game Monday, and I'm jumping ahead. I know both teams play tomorrow. I don't want to hear it. We got to set it up because you got to tell me now. You can't tell me after the game. You can't tell me a week or a month or any time from now. You got to tell me right now before these two teams see each other. Knicks or Nets? Davida from Brooklyn, you're on with Alan Hahn, ESPN New York.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good.
Listen, I'm going for Nets 100%. I'm from Philly. I live and work in Brooklyn. I have one son who is a Nets fan 100%, and I have another one who is a Knicks fan. And it's just the way it is. I'm going 100% Nets. I've been to every single game. They're doing an awesome job.
Let me ask you.
A lot of heart.
So you have one son that's a Nets fan, one son that's a Knicks fan, right?
Yes.
Why don't you love your other son?
Exactly. We'll find out on Christmas what kind of cold he gets in that topic.
See, there must have been a problem there because you obviously love that one son more than you love the other, the golden child, and then the one that got away. Why are you going that direction? You're from Philly. What do you care about the Nets or the Knicks?
You know what? I work in Brooklyn. I love Brooklyn. I've been here for just as long as I've been in Philly because of business and everything. And there's something that just really has brought a new energy to the borough. And there's nothing like watching the castaways come up. I mean, last night we were there. They started chanting Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
You could just see the appreciation and how hard they're playing in comparison to when I used to see them and they were treated like cast-off.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's a good point. I guess, if you're that type of person, you like to see, like, something grow, from where they were in New Jersey, where they're pretty much an ignored franchise. And it's nice. And getting off to a good start is great. Davida, thanks so much for your time. All right, Gilbert from Brooklyn. We're getting a lot of Brooklyn people calling in. Gilbert from Brooklyn, you're on with Alan Hahn, ESPN. Plant your flag.
Oh, I'm definitely for Brooklyn, 100%.
All right.
The Knicks disgraced New York City for about a dozen years. Dolan was robbing the people, and it took the Nets to come to town for them to finally try to get their act together.
And so you believe you're 100% believing in this Nets team, or you just prefer to root for the Nets?
No, I believe in the team. I was kind of hesitant when I first heard they were coming because, the Nets didn't have a great history before they got Jason Kidd. And once he was gone, they stunk for a couple years. But Billy King, I give him credit. He put a very good team together, and I think in the future they got a good shot at the title.
Yeah, they do have a nice team, but I don't know, Gilbert. You got to hold off on that great history stuff when it comes to the Nets. Leroy from Brooklyn. Here we go. More Brooklyn people. Plant your flag.
Hey, what's going on, man?
How you doing, Leroy?
Brooklyn all day. I'm going with the Nets.
Going with the Nets. And why? Were you ever a Knicks fan before?
No, and that's my whole point. Like, anywhere you go in the city, you're never going to see nobody with no Knicks or no Knicks sweater. They don't support the Knicks like that.
No?
Everybody got Brooklyn Nets apparel, from hats, hoodies. They're excited about it. They're not excited about the Knicks. The only people that's excited about the Knicks was excited since Patrick Ewing days. That's the old NBA. The new NBA with LeBron James and these high flights and everybody's excited, they're going with the Nets. The Knicks is old. They're a museum.
Okay. All right, Leroy, you know what? I got to take you around to some place in New York where I've seen a lot of Knicks stuff, but I'll take your word for it. That's fine. Dominic from North Arlington, plant your flag.
I'm going to have to go with the Knicks over the Nets on this one.
You don't have to. You do what you want.
That's just because after two embarrassing defeats like that, especially one that hurts like that against Houston with Jeremy Lin and against the Mavericks with some tough calls in the end, the Knicks are going to have to turn it around, and I think that Woodson will address that.
I'm with you on that. I mean, it's tough right now if you're a Knicks fan to feel good after a loss like that. Thanks for the call, Dominic. I mean, giving up 131 points, there was some good feeling, when you're 8-1. But these last two games, I mean, especially the last game last night, certainly does, if you're a Knicks fan, make you a little hesitant. Nick from White Plains, you're on with Alan Hahn, ESPN New York.
Hey, Alan, how you doing?
Good, Nick.
I'm going Knicks 100% all the way, and I'll tell you why. They've been around forever. Anyone who has switched and has seceded and become a Nets fan at this point is not even a real sports fan. I live with two roommates. All three of us were Knicks fans. One of my roommates jumped ship last year when he found out they were going to play for Brooklyn because he thinks Jay-Z is cool and he likes the jerseys, blah, blah, blah. And we haven't spoken to him since.
That's it. He's out, right?
He's out.
He's
That's
out.
It for him.
That's it.
That's it.
Well, that's how it has to be. All right, Nick, you've got the Knicks, which fits because your name is Nick. All right. Joel from the Bronx, what do you got? Plant your flag.
Yeah, good afternoon. Knicks, but the last few games it's been a little disturbing because it seemed early in the year, the ball was really swinging around the perimeter. 3 or 4 guys were touching it. And even on certain Knick possessions, Carmelo was like the 3rd or 4th guy to touch the ball, that he wasn't the first guy who throw the ball into him. But it seems, although he was hot last night, they reverted back to what has gotten them in trouble and, quote, I don't think we're playing the right way. And although the defense was atrocious, I think that's one of the issues, that when you constantly throw the ball into him, although he was, making a shot.
Yeah, at a high rate.
It screws everybody else up, and you can't play like that. And it's, what are your feelings, Alan?
No, I agree with you there, Joel. I mean, I think what happens, though, is you get caught up in watching a player like Carmelo when he has a hot streak like he did in the first half. He just literally was on fire. And, what can happen and shouldn't, but it does, is you tend to stand around and watch because he's got the hot hand, so he should shoot the ball. But you still have to have that movement, and you can't go away from what you do. And even Jason Kidd talked about it, where he said they really got away from what they do with the ball, what they do on offense. And that's a problem. They've got to stay with their game plan, and that's something they have to do. Let's stick with this more. Chip from Newark, you're on with Alan Hahn, ESPN New York. Plant your flag.
Hey, how you doing? What's up, man? I'm from New Jersey.
Okay.
I was a big New Jersey fan back in the day. I like Kid a lot, but he's on the Knicks now, and I'm liking their team. I like Anthony. I like Chandler. They're doing well. The games they lost in, they got the calls, going against them. What are you going to do?
Okay, so you went from the Nets to the Knicks. You're not one of these guys that jumped off the Knicks going to the Nets. You're going the other way.
I'm going the other way. I like the Nets back when they had Kittles and Martin. And
right. You like that team, so you don't mind going back and forth. You're okay with that.
Well, ever since the Nets decided to move from New Jersey to New York, I don't like that.
There you go. Yeah, see, and I wondered how many people from New Jersey were going to feel that way, and I'm glad you called. Thanks, Chip. Okay, let's Scotty G from Long Island, from Strong Island, my neck of the woods. Plant your flag, Scotty.
Alan, good show.
Thanks.
I'm a Net fan from back in the day for the ABA.
No, you go back to the Coliseum, to the Island Garden, right? You go back to that?
I can't really Coliseum. I'm a little probably too old for Island Garden.
All right.
But I remember the red, white, and blue ball with Dr. J and Billy Paul and Lou Carnesecca.
Yep.
So I've been following this team for a long time. So welcome back to New York. And that's all I have to say. I like the Nets. I like the Nets. I really think that look what Avery Johnson did. Look what Billy King did. Between Joe Johnson, between Wallace, between Durant. And, hey, I think Orlando's kicking themselves in the butt right now, not taking Brook Lopez.
Well, I don't think they wanted to take a body in. Thanks, Scotty. I don't think they wanted to take a body back. They were looking to get picks. They weren't necessarily looking for a player. And, again, I know Brook is playing very well, and he's a very good offensive player. We've known that about him, but we also know about him. He does struggle to stay healthy. You always got to keep an eye on him and see what happens if he goes down. Let's keep getting a couple more here. Plant your flag. Terrell from Harlem.
Hey, Alan, what's going on?
How you doing, Terrell?
Good at what you do.
Thank you.
Know that.
Thank you.
Man, I'm bleeding orange and blue all the way.
There you go. Okay.
Knicks all day, Alan. Last couple games been a little shaky, but they'll get it together. And I want to see Tyson get it together, man. Looking a little shaky on the defense last night.
Yeah, no, it was tough for a Knicks fan, coming out of that game, because you felt like you were seeing something from the past come back to life, and that's something you don't ever want to see. Thanks, Terrell. Mike from Massapequa. Plant your flag, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, Alan?
How you doing, Mike? What do you got? Plant your flag.
Yeah, I'm big Knicks fan my whole life. As far back as I can remember, it was the '94 playoffs. I'm not going to give up on a team. Things have turned out pretty well lately.
I was going to say at 8-3. I don't think there's any reason to give up at this point.
Made it through all the tough times we've had, in the 2000s, early 2000s, and I like what we see. I think the rivalry is going to be good for New York, and I think that as long as Melo continues doing what he's doing, and when we get Shumpert and Amari back, I think this team could really, really compete. But, it might not happen the first year. Well, I guess this is the third year.
Yeah.
But, I'm a big fan, and Continue doing what you're doing, my man.
All right, Mike, thank you. And you continue doing what you're doing, which is staying true to your team, and that's all we ask you to do. Even if you're a Nets fan or a Knicks fan, the idea is to stay true to your team. Don't be like what Ray Santiago said. Don't be a fraud. Don't be that guy that sits, tries to put one foot on one side, one foot on the other, and whatever way is going better, I'll go that way. Don't be a fair weather fan. You stay with it no matter what, and that includes if you're a Jets fan, and you got to stay with it too. But, this is one of those seasons that maybe it's better, and as hard as it is to take, it might be better to see this team kind of go down in flames than to see it make a late run here, little fool's gold, and some people in survival mode kind of convince Woody Johnson that everything's fine, nothing to see here. We're going to address that with Damian Woody coming up next. It's Alan Hahn, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This is the Mike Lupica Show.
And it is quite clear off of this small sampling, and again, we can only take so much out of what we've seen so far, that the most important addition to this team is Jason Kidd, and then the next most important addition is Raymond Felton.
The Mike Lupica Show, weekdays at noon, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
You can tell a lot about a store by the tools that hang on its walls. See a lot of Channel Lock blue pliers? You know it's a place that respects quality and good old American hard work. Yep, Channel Lock's been inspiring confidence for generations, in those who sell them and in those who use them. So next time you're in the tool aisle, get your hands on a true Channel Lock plier and get back to getting things done. Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA, and proudly stocked wherever serious American-made tools are sold.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Stop in and try our new Molten Buffalo Dip and dessert nachos. And don't miss our new lemon pepper dry seasoning. All available for a limited time only. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Bah, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
Hey, Mike and Mike here, and listen, if you're still relying on going to the post office for all your postal needs, you need to know there's a much better way. That's Stamps.com. Take it from us. Stamps.com will change the way you do your mailing and your shipping.
With Stamps.com, you won't waste any more time making trips to the post office. You can access all the services of the post office 24/7 without ever leaving your desk. Buy and print official U.S. postage using your own computer and printer. Print postage for any letter or package. Then you just hand it to the mailman. You'll never have to go to the post office again or lease an expensive postage meter.
So you'll save yourself a bunch of time. And then if you just remember our name is Mike, you're going to save yourself a bunch of money as well. Here's how. Use the name Mike for a no-risk trial. It's a $110 bonus offer that includes a digital scale and up to $55 in free postage. But don't waste time. Do it now. Go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, click on the radio microphone at the top of the homepage and enter our name, Mike. That's Stamps.com and enter Mike. Save time, save money. With Stamps.com, why wouldn't you try it?
I'm Alan Hahn. This ESPN New York Sports Center brought to you by the New York Lottery. Light up somebody's holiday with the gift of the Holiday Magic Scratch-Off game from the New York Lottery and get 12 chances to win up to $1 million. Hey, you never know. 18th ranked Scarlet Knights of Rutgers trying to win the Big East for the first time in their history. They play the Pittsburgh Panthers right now at Heinz Field, losing 14-0 in the second quarter. If RU wins and a Louisville loss, Rutgers win the conference and qualify for automatic BCS bowl bid. By the way, Louisville losing 10-0 to UConn. The Rutgers got to get it going. James Harden had 33 points. Chandler Parsons had 31. And the Rockets beat the Knicks 131-103 last night in Houston. Jeremy Lin had 13.7 rebounds, 3 assists in his first game against his former team. The Knicks lost consecutive games for the first time in the regular season under Mike Woodson. The defense has given up 30 points or more in 5 of the last 6 quarters. Tyson Chandler, that's not good enough.
You know, we did enough offensively, but we didn't do enough defensively. You know, and that's been the last 2 games. You know, we scoring enough points. We're just not getting stops.
Knicks back in action at the Garden Sunday afternoon, 1 o'clock. And they host the Detroit Pistons. Coverage on ESPN New York 98.7 begins with the pregame at 12:30. Brook Lopez with 26 points as the Nets beat the Clippers 86-76 Friday night in Brooklyn. The Nets outscored the Clips 23-13 in the final period. Chris Paul had no points, 1 assist, 2 turnovers, 6 fouls in that final quarter. Darren Williams, career all-time 14-4 against CP3. In baseball, Ichiro Suzuki's agent told the New York Post yesterday that his client enjoyed playing for the Yankees and that his preference is to remain in pinstripes this offseason. GM Brian Cashman said there's nothing to report in terms of new contracts for pitchers Andy Pettitte and Mariano Rivera. Boxer Hector Macho Camacho, who fought professionally for over 3 decades, was taken off life support and died early Saturday morning, 4 days after a shooting in Bayamon, Puerto Rico. He was 50 years old.
The storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship. For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. Today at 7 Eastern on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
How could this couldn't be any more fitting. Couldn't be any more. If that's second quarter, you want to talk about shook ones? That second quarter, the Jets were shook once. No question about it. Alan Hahn here. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM, 133. Saturday afternoon in New York City. Getting back to the Jets and a team that is right now, to me, at a point in the season where if you're a fan, it is very difficult to say to yourself, I'd like to see this team make a run here and get to 500, whether it means making the playoffs or not. You know, I don't care. I just want to see them win. And Rex is promising that he's not giving up.
I'll put it to you this way. I mean, we're about as wounded as you possibly can be, but we're not dead. And I can tell you this, we will give everything we have, every ounce of energy we have to get this thing going. And that's from a coaching standpoint, every coach that I have and players. And if not, then we'll make adjustments.
You know, we bring in Damian Woody. And I got to ask you, Damian, as much as players don't want to quit on a season, coaches certainly don't quit on a season, but where the Jets are right now, it's finishing 7-9, 8-8, might be fool's gold.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's imperative for not only the players, but coaches, everybody to really finish the season out strong because everybody's being evaluated at this point forward. The Jets, pretty much, they're not going to make the playoffs. They haven't won, this season they haven't even won 2 games in a row, let alone 5. So the chance of that happening is slim to none. So it's imperative for everybody to put what we call good tape out there. You know,
right.
Go out there, perform at your highest, and like Rex said, at the end of the day you'll see how they do, and everybody get evaluated in the off season.
What do you see as? And this is such a difficult question to ask because it's really you can say anything and be correct. But what do you see as the major problem for this team right now and something that just has to be addressed before next season?
Lack of talent. There's just a lack of talent all across the roster, especially on offense. You know, this is an offensive-driven league, quarterback-driven league. Points are at a premium. You have to be able to score points, not good enough to just have a good defense. Because the rules are slanted towards the offense. So you have to be able to go out and score points in the National Football League. And the Jets, you can make an argument, they have the worst offensive personnel skill-wise in the National Football League. So I think something has to be done in the front office, scouting department, because there's some type of disconnect with the scouting and bringing the talent aboard onto the Jets.
And Damien, talent recognizes talent. I mean, that's just the way it is. So when you are in a locker room like this one early in a season, and everybody has optimism early in a season or during training camp and during the preseason where you say, well, we got the ability to do something, and if we just execute, do this, X, Y, and Z. But talent recognizes talent. And when you're in a room like this, there's got to be, the better players on the team even have to look around and think, while I'm trying to promote optimism, we have no chance. And that has to affect your mental approach to a season.
Well, I mean, look, players are going to be professionals. There's no question about it. But, guys aren't dumb. They see it, especially, some of the guys in the locker room that's been a part of successful campaigns, guys that were there 2009, 2010 when they went to back-to-back AFC Championship games. They saw the caliber of players that they had offensively, and now when you look at this roster in 2012 and see how bare the cupboard is, guys are left to wonder what happened.
Right.
What happened to all the talent? And I've always said you can't fool the players. The players know.
Yeah, and that's exactly the point. When you're looking at your roster, you play differently when you get a feeling like when you have this sense like we got something here, we have a chance to do something. When you buy in to whatever the game plan is. And I wonder, too, what is, those Jets teams that had success, that went to the AFC Championship games that you know about, they had an identity. Like, you knew what they were. They knew who they were, and that's why they were successful, where I don't know if the current team has a real identity. Do you even see an identity for this team?
No, and that's the big part of the problem. Rex had said when they hired Tony Sparano that was going to be, the number one thing on their list is reestablishing the identity on offense, and that clearly hasn't been the case. And the reason you can't establish that identity is because you don't have the horses to be able to back it up. At the end of the day, scheme is one thing, but your scheme will only take you so far if you don't have the personnel, and it just don't have the personnel. That's just the bottom line. I told people, this late in the season, I don't know how the Jets would be able to go out and win these games because they don't have anything to hang their hat on. In the past, they had, strong running game, a top flight defense. Well, they don't have those things anymore.
Right.
It's just a bunch of players right now. So when you don't have that identity to really hang your hat on, it's going to make for a long, hard season.
Now, you talk about how they don't have the personnel. Let me ask you this, Damien. Do they have the head coach?
I'm a believer in Rex. I am. You look at Rex. Rex has done a lot of things to change the culture of the Jets. Now, obviously, he's a part of bringing together this talent. This lack of talent. Him along with Mike Tannenbaum. So Rex is definitely responsible for the lack of talent on the roster. But I've played on the Rex. I've had a lot of success on the Rex. I believe in Rex as a head coach. I think Rex has done a great job of making it just relevant. I think he needs the talent. There's no question about it. He needs the talent to be able to go out there and to reestablish the identity that he set forth when he first became the head coach of the New York Jets.
Now, we're all on Twitter, and obviously Twitter exploded when Mark Sanchez ran into Brandon Moore's rear end, and everybody had a reaction. Some people were funny. Some people, just like you, were just, wow. And that's really all you could say at that point. I mean, have you ever, in any level of football, seen anything like that play?
I've never seen anything like that, ever. Never. I've never seen anything where a guy first of all, the quarterback, he forgot to play.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's a
problem.
problem.
How do you forget to play as a quarterback? He forgot to play. And then on top of that, if there's a busted play, get down. Get down, protect the football. That should be the number one thing on your mind as a quarterback or any person who's handling the football is don't turn the ball over. And for him to run up the rear end of an offensive lineman and fumble the ball, I mean, that's just unacceptable.
Now, when when you're a former player, you have attachments to certain things, but like, are you connected still enough with the Jets that you came away from that quarter embarrassed, like even yourself, like to say I'm associated with this franchise? Like, how did you're just emotions after, like when you're at halftime of a game like that? Does it still bother you even though you don't play?
You know what? That game is really kind of it's a funny situation for me because I played for the Patriots for 5 years, won 2 Super Bowls, and I finished my career with the Jets.
Right.
So I have affinity for both ball clubs, but I did feel embarrassed. I mean, just watch. You go out, Turkey Day, you watch 2 really good games prior to the Jets game, and then you come out and you watch your team just get thrashed on national television. That's something that you just don't want to see. You don't want to see because I know guys that are playing on that team. I know the type of characters they are. I know how hard they work, and for them to be embarrassed on national television, it's just not good. I really feel for those guys.
Yeah, I always think that the ex-players always have the best perspective when it comes to those kind of moments because, a fan will get angry, a fan will react in different ways, but a player, you almost like, you do feel for the guys out there, but there's also a connection you have to the game and to teams you've played for where you do feel a connection to it, and you probably have the best perspective. And that's why we had you on. Damien Woody, thanks for the time. We appreciate it.
Hey, no problem, Alan.
All right. And Woody said something I thought was very interesting there when he said that Rex Ryan is a good coach, and you like playing for coaches like that. And that is echoed by a lot of players, and a lot of former players, Teddy Bruschi being one of them. And we will touch on that and more Jets, and we take your calls, 800-919-3776. Dallin Hahn, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Winning back-to-back games has proven impossible for the 2012 New York Jets.
The final score, the Patriots 49 and the Jets 19.
At 4-7, no wiggle room remains. It's win all or go home. All the Jets drama unfolds right here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
29. It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing.
Let's get those keys and go. Cars.com.
You've got to grab the lumber, measure the studs, twice to be sure, cut the studs, then start framing up the wall, all before you crack open your thermos. The question is, are you ready? Your boots will be if they're Irish Setter work boots. They're ready to take on anything from the moment you lace them up. That's what a revered brand with enduring heritage and pride in craftsmanship will do for you. New Irish Setter work boots by Red Wing Shoes. Field experienced, job ready.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18 months special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer, visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
Now, I got to make a correction. And I normally am pretty good at this because I am a huge hip-hop fan, but of course I called this track here Shook Ones when we know it's not. Survival of the Fittest, and thank you, Twitter, for correcting me because you're always there to do that for me, and I appreciate it. So I owe apology to Mobb Deep, but they know because we talked a lot about Mobb Deep, but yeah. But it could have fit. You know, I wanted so bad to connect Shook Ones to the Jets that I just kind of didn't pay attention to the fact that it wasn't Shook Ones. But, you know, Survival of the Fittest actually works here too. It certainly does, because when it comes to the Jets season, as it finishes out here, survival is a big part of what everybody will be talking about for everybody on this staff. And Bill Parcells talked with Michael Kay and company about Rex Ryan and his job.
You know, I don't think coaches, you know, we all of us, Belichick, Parcells, Rex Ryan, any of us that are in the business, we go with the understanding in professional football that, you know, if things don't go well, that there's a chance you could get fired. And, you know, here's one of the things that I hear from fans, okay, change this, change that. But, you know, sometimes it's not so much the individual, it's the situation won't let them win. The whole entire situation will not allow a coach to win.
That is absolutely true, and the worst thing that happens, and I guess I'm lending to it here, is when the momentum starts to roll that way, where it starts to turn. And we've seen that with coach, so Mike D'Antoni last year, where things just start to roll against the coach. And a franchise can say, we don't want to make a change, but the momentum just continues to pick up and the outcry begins to build up. I don't think, I've said this early in the show, and I believe it, Rex Ryan to me is not the problem. I think the problem is the people around him, is the personnel that he's been given. Now, is he involved in a lot of these personnel decisions? Possibly. But maybe you need somebody a little bit stronger putting a team around him. Maybe you need that. But, you know, Rex has to face that now, and the rest of the season is the talk about his job.
Do you think we'll be back next year?
Again, I do. I do. And I think our team will play a heck of a lot better. And I don't believe anybody will ask that question by the time the year's over. That's my personal opinion.
No, it doesn't. I mean, it's going to be asked, but it doesn't. You know, in this place, it's a. You know, you're not in the right direction when you're asking those kind of questions. I think you're not facing the actual problems with the team. It's not the coach, and there are those people out there that I can't stand. The ones that don't like the fact that he talks. Oh, he talks too much. Give me a break. Talks too much. He doesn't talk too much. This is his personality. This is who he is. But what you hear from players, and you heard from Damian Woody about he's a coach you want to play for, that he's a terrific defensive coach. And Teddy Brucey, the linebacker from the Patriots, now works for ESPN, was on with Michael Kay, and he talked about Rex Ryan.
52 seconds from hell. That's the way the Jets look at it. Have you ever seen a stretch like that in all your years?
No, it was not so much the scoring the points, but just how it was done. It was sort of an embarrassing stretch for the Jets, the way they were playing football and the way it looked on national TV, with everyone sort of getting a laugh at their expense while they had their seconds or thirds of Thanksgiving turkey. So it was a very unique and actually laughable experience to see.
So if you're a veteran on that team, what's the message as you still are technically alive to make the playoffs?
I think the message is, who do you want to be, fellas? I mean, what do you got inside? I think that's all it is. I mean, I look at Rex Ryan, and I respect him as a coach, and I know he's going to do everything possible to keep that team fighting, and I respect him for that. But the players, based on what I saw last night, it's like they're done. It's like they just don't want it anymore. It's like they're not playing now. I did see some fight from Laurent Landry. He put a nice hit on Julian Edelman. Big hit on him, big play for them there. But then again, you put Landry in situations where, he can't cover out there in the deep part of the field. He is a physical presence, and he brought that message. But across the locker room, it's like, how do you want to finish? I mean, what kind of finishers are you? Do you want to get back in the race, or you just want to quit? Because yesterday it looked like the team had quit.
I'll tell you what, though, Teddy, that's pretty damning what you're saying, because when a team quits, I think that's a reflection on the coaches. You could say, well, the players have to be self-motivators, but the coaches have to get the players ready to play, and they've got to motivate them. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And you only can take that so far, though, because this is professional sports. And I never looked at it as myself as a player as I needed any type of rah-rah speech to get me going or anything like that. Were they appreciated once in a while when the season hits a certain point? Sure. But I place all accountability on players, on what type of message they want to send, on who they are across the NFL, because the message they're sending to the NFL right now to all other players that are playing current and former isn't a good one, and I would take that personally. And I know there are players in that Jet locker room that would take it personally. So a big thing in character development and seeing who they really are inside as players and toughness, you'll see next week.
But in your assessment of what they are, Teddy, or maybe they're just a 4-7 football team. Maybe that's all that. When you look at this talent, do you expect more from them?
Well, I think you can see the discrepancy in terms of the AFC East on the separation it is with the New England Patriots and where they are in terms of and where the Jets are and how you play, because it was all set up for them to play well and put out a good performance yesterday, guys. I mean, the situation that the Patriots are in, Gronkowski didn't play. The offensive line was beat up. Chandler Jones, there are a lot of players. I mean, Hernandez was coming back, and you could tell he's still a little bit hobbled. So it was there for the taking, but the wheels just fell off, and no one was there to fight them to put the wheels back on. And that's probably the most discouraging if you're a Jets fan, is once it started to go downhill, it seems like they folded and just let it go.
All right, let me ask you a couple of real tough questions, which are not easy for anybody to answer. Is Mark Sanchez a good enough quarterback to be the starting quarterback for the Jets?
I think he is. I don't know who else you're going to put in there. So I think Mark Sanchez is the best you got, and he's who you go with. I don't think there's any other. I think Rex Ryan has said that himself, but Mark Sanchez himself is part of the problem right now. Okay, when he came in and they went up to get him with the number 5 overall pick, it's almost like that success early was almost a detriment, because then you think you had the right guy. You had the right guy that was going to take you to the promised land, and then when Schottenheimer was there as the offensive coordinator, you try to put it together and see if this kid will develop into a quarterback where you can count on him and his arm. You spread it out a little bit. That experiment failed, and now you regress back to having him as a game manager, and he hasn't made any progress. So it looks like going back to all the way to being that number 5 overall pick. When you take a chance and you risk and you go for a shot like that, if you're wrong, this is the situation you end up in.
All right, and the second hard question. We all like him, but it's certainly been a topic of conversation here in New York. Is Rex Ryan the coach for this team, or should he be let go?
I don't think he should be let go. I don't think that at all. I'll never say that, especially about a coach that I respect, and in Rex Ryan. I love the way he handles things. I love he's a coach that I would like to play for. Actually, coming from the Bill Belichick scheme, I know the respect that they have for him in the New England Patriots organization. He's a great defensive mind, okay? But the coach can only do so much, all right? He can put together the plan. He can tell you what plays to run. But, hey, if you open up the wrong way on a handoff, is that the coach's fault, all right? Those type of mistakes that just so rare in seeing, and those type of turnovers, I mean, I don't put that on the coach.
And that's exactly the point that I was making, and it showed you. Teddy Bruschi was talking there. He's from ESPN. He played for the New England Patriots, obviously, for several years, and he was on with Michael Kay and Don LaGreca on Friday, and he echoed some of the things that Damian Woody was saying. Rex Ryan is a coach that players like to play for, and there is an accountability factor here, and there's a performance factor, too, from the players that he has. And it's up to you as a player to execute and be disciplined with your execution, and they don't have that. Now, is it on the coach to enforce that kind of execution? Of course. That's the issue for Rex Ryan. But again, you can only do so much with what you have. And I go back to that line again. They're 4-7. And how did they win 4? You know, when you look at this team and see what they've been through. But meanwhile, the other team, the other football team in New York, while the Jets season seems to be pretty much life support or the plug's already been pulled.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. Oklahoma and Oklahoma State still have the Big 12 title within reach.
Wide open into the end zone. Touchdown.
The losers' hopes will be over when they go head-to-head in the next chapter of the Bedlam series. Number 21 Oklahoma State at number 13 Oklahoma. Today at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
From ABC News, Wall Street now, a ceasefire half a world away caused stocks to rally here. The Dow closed up 48 points, the Nasdaq added 10, and the S&P gained 3. Stocks shot up after Secretary of State Clinton helped to broker a deal to end more than a week of fighting between Israel and Hamas. The markets will be closed tomorrow for Thanksgiving. The Conference Board's index of leading indicators increased 0.2% in October. It was up 0.5% the month before. The index is used to forecast economic conditions 3 to 6 months down the road. The number of people filing first-time jobless claims was up again for a second straight week, mainly because of people in areas affected by Superstorm Sandy who still can't work. New claims fell by 41,000. A judge in New York says Hostess Brands can proceed with a plan to file for bankruptcy. The company that makes Twinkies, Wonder Bread, and other iconic products couldn't reach a deal with union workers last week and shut the ovens off. Daria Albinger, ABC News.
Last week on The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio. Outside the Lines explored new information about brain trauma in the NFL.
If the NFL takes the position that they didn't know that concussions can cause total disability, permanent brain injury in 1999, that evidence trumps anything they say.
Plus the story of William Gay, who was just 7 years old when his mother was killed by his stepfather.
I didn't care what anybody told me at that point. I just was in denial, just enraged.
Then we learned of the most explosive tight end in the NFL and the moment that defined him.
I will not tolerate players that think it's about them when it's about the team.
E60 profiled Vernon Davis, the NFL's Renaissance man.
Everything, every thought, every emotion that I had about my mother, I turned into a positive by playing football.
Download this and every edition of The Sporting Life on iTunes and on ESPNradio.com.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Radio Sports Center.
Hello, everyone. I'm John Brinkley. National title implications. Rivalries renewed, all wrapped up into one in Week 13 of Showdown Saturday in college football. Start of the third quarter on ABC HD in Columbus, Ohio. Number 19, Michigan, with a 21-20 lead over the undefeated Ohio State Buckeyes. Denard Robinson, a 67-yard touchdown run late in the first half. He's got 6 carries for 124 yards for the Wolverines. On ESPN HD, number 3, Georgia, with a 28-3 lead on Georgia Tech. 12:50 left to play in the third quarter. Todd Gurley, a pair of rushing touchdowns for the Bulldogs. Number 18, Rutgers, trailing Pittsburgh 21-0 in the third. A win for Rutgers and a Louisville loss, and Rutgers would clinch the Big East title, but Louisville is losing right now to UConn 10-0 in the third quarter of play. Saturday. At the half, Miami up 28-10 over Duke. Virginia and Virginia Tech on ESPNU tied up to 7 with third quarter underway. And Northwestern on top of Illinois 27-14 with the third quarter just underway. Coming up at 3 Eastern time, the Civil War pitting number 5 Oregon taking on 15th ranked Oregon State. The Ducks can capture the Pac-12 North Division title with a win and a Stanford loss to UCLA. Then at 3:30 Eastern, the battle in Tallahassee between 4th ranked Florida taking on rival number 10 Florida State on ABC HD. Two of the top defenses matching up with the Seminoles winning the last 2 meetings. The Gators will get back quarterback Jeff Driscoll following an ankle injury. The Iron Bowl will be decided between Auburn and 2nd ranked Alabama. A win for the Crimson Tide or a loss by Texas A&M to Missouri, and Alabama claims the SEC West title. Will the luck of the Irish stay true to its form versus USC? Number 1 Notre Dame at 11-0 on the season takes on a USC team without its starting quarterback. Matt Barkley sidelined with a shoulder injury, and that leaves it up to redshirt freshman Max Whittick to make the start.
I've been ready all season for this to happen if it did. Obviously, the circumstances aren't, the greatest with such a great quarterback being hurt, but I've been ready for this all year.
Whittick has completed 8 of 9 passes for 95 yards and 1 touchdown this season. Coverage begins at 7 Eastern time on ESPN Radio and ABC HD. NFL news, Eagles quarterback Michael Vick and running back LaShawn McCoy both out of Monday night's game against the Panthers due to concussions. And boxer Hector Camacho has died at the age of 50. He was taken off life support after going into cardiac arrest on Friday morning.
With 2 weeks left in their season, number 13 Oklahoma can secure their 8th Big 12 title with wins against Oklahoma State and TCU. Up first, the 21st-ranked Cowboys. Today at 3 Eastern on ESPN, ESPN Radio, and ESPNRadio.com.
2:03 Saturday afternoon, New York City. Alan Hahn here, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. And there still is a football season to be played here in New York by the football Giants. Very important game Sunday night. No question about it. I mean, this game was circled at the start of the season, and it was circled for other reasons, but it's a bigger game for the Giants now than really what you might have anticipated earlier in the season or in preseason. But you knew for Green Bay that this was a game that was circled when the schedule came out. And we remember, we go way back now to August with Clay Matthews talking about in that divisional round loss to the Giants, how the Packers, he said, we picked the most inopportune time to play our worst ball. And he said, the Giants didn't beat us. We beat ourselves. And that's strong words, because the Giants, of course, took that a little personal. Absolutely. But you knew that the Packers were looking at that game because, they felt like they had a great opportunity to win a Super Bowl, and they did not play well against the Giants in that game. But the Giants had a lot to do with why the Packers did not play well. And now you're looking at a Packers team that this is a big game for them. Tied atop the NFC North with the Bears at 7-3. The Bears have Minnesota earlier in the day, so they'll already know where they're at going into their game Sunday night against the Giants. But speaking of Clay Matthews, well, he's still not ready to go. He's still out with the hamstring injury. Suffered that a couple of weeks ago, and he's still out. So they don't have him. They don't have Charles Woodson. He's out as well. And that's an issue. They're already without Desmond Bishop. The defense is down to their second players. And for the Giants, this is a game that when you look at it, is it must win? Not exactly. But it certainly is a very critical game for them when you consider what happened on Thanksgiving between the Redskins and the Cowboys. And two teams now, well, you looked at it, well, if the Cowboys won that game, that's a lot of pressure on the Giants. A lot of pressure. But they didn't win that game. And you think, well, okay, no one's going to challenge the Giants for the AFC, and this is pretty much a cakewalk. They just got to win a couple here, and, they can walk away with this division, with 8 or 9 wins maybe, or 10. But not so fast, because RG3 and those Redskins look pretty good. And they really looked good. You talk about a second quarter. I was watching that second quarter, and they put up 28 points on the Cowboys, and I'm thinking, boy, that's an awful quarter. And then, of course, fast forward to the evening, and then the Jets the second quarter, so never mind. But the Redskins are a team that's definitely opening some eyes. When you watch them and you think, wow, that's a pretty good team. So let's say that, I'm not breaking new ground here, but obviously the Giants don't get a win there at MetLife against the Packers Sunday night. And you're looking at 6-5. And then guess who's waiting next week? RG3 and the Redskins at 5-6. And that game becomes really a huge game in the standings for the division. But there's no question where the Giants are looking at now at this point, at this game, as a game that really, against the Packers, a team that's on the defensive side a little beat up, but certainly can put up points, no question about it. I want to see what the Giants' defense really is made of. And I think a lot of people want to see what this team's about because we've already talked about, everybody's talked about their second half swoons, and this is a team that just doesn't seem to have great finishes to a season, although the playoffs they certainly have had some great finishes. But what are they about? What is this team about? Where are they this season? This game is a huge game on many levels. It's a big game for the Packers because of what happened last year, but really that stuff is gone. The stuff talked about in August by Clay Matthews, that stuff's gone because where the Packers are now at 7-3 up against the Bears in that division looking to pull away, this is a big game for right now, not about last year's retribution. And if you're a Giants fan, this is a game about making sure that Redskins game next week isn't something to be worried about. Doesn't suddenly turn into a game where now it's a pressure cooker, where the heat is turned up because you have to deal with the dynamic young quarterback in Robert Griffin III and the things that he's been able to do this season. A very impressive young quarterback who does make mistakes with those legs. He makes up for a lot of those mistakes, and he had that Dallas defense running ragged. Oh, my goodness. That game was talking about an entertaining game, too. And Tony Romo and the Cowboys did all they could to just make sure they weren't going to win that game. They made it interesting, no question about it. But it was one of those games where it just was back and forth. Really entertaining games on Thanksgiving, except if you're a Jet fan. That's not an entertaining game from that perspective. 800-919-3776 is the number. And I know I try to talk Giants, and I don't get too much response from you Giants fans until you get on Twitter and you tell me, how come you don't talk about the Giants and give you opportunity? And there you are. So jump in anytime you want, Giants fans, and tell me what you think about this game coming up, because I'll tell you what, if you're looking at a game this season that when you want to put must win on the label this season, and the early part of the season, I thought the Giants actually had a chance to get off to a tremendous start. I thought for sure when you looked at the early schedule going into that 49ers game, I thought they had a chance really to be 4-1. And I thought that really they had a great chance at 4-1 going into that game, but they weren't. And, they've kind of tripped up here and there. And they just haven't been that team that we believe in. And Eli and the dead arm stuff and whatever else. But all that aside, here's a big game. Here's a big game on a Sunday night at MetLife for a lot of people to see what this Giants team can be. Are they going to cruise into the playoffs because the division is that bad or that mediocre? It's really not bad. It's mediocre. Or is this going to suddenly become a very interesting finish to the season when you have, after the Redskins, New Orleans, Atlanta, the Ravens, and then the Eagles, who are a mess, but Giants, Eagles, anything goes when it comes to those games. Well, that's what we got. And Green Bay is beat up on the defensive side of the ball, but this is a big game for them as well. It's a very important game for them when you consider the standings and you consider what both teams are playing for. So really, we're going to, tomorrow night I'm back on, by the way, after the Knicks game. I'll be on from 4 to 8 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM, and I will be talking Giants. I will be setting up for that game because this is a game that is, I'm repeating myself, but it really is true. This is a big game on the schedule for this team that tells you where they're going for the rest of the season, and also will tell you a little bit about where the Giants are coming off their Super Bowl and their attempt to repeat, which when you look at them right now, they're a team it's who are they? What is their identity? Who are they? Are they as good as they've looked or as bad as they've looked? And when will we see Eli Manning, the real Eli Manning, kind of reemerge and come back to running that offense to what we've seen, and against the Green Bay defense that you can score points on? I mean, they can score points, but you can score points on them, and that's for sure. And I'm going to talk to my friend Tom Rock, who covers the Giants for Newsday, and we go way back. and he's going to give me a little more insight on the importance of this game and what it means for the Giants going forward. And if it does set up, and that's interesting, what waits the following week with RG3 and the Washington Redskins. And we'll talk about that more and take your calls. 800-919-3776. It's Alan Hahn. This is ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The Jimmy V Classic returns to the world's most famous arena as 4 of the nation's elite college teams square off at Madison Square Garden to celebrate the courage of one of basketball's greatest legends. The Jimmy V Classic, Tuesday, December 4th. Texas and Georgetown at 7, followed by NC State and Connecticut. Get your tickets now by calling Ticketmaster at 866-858-0008 or logging on to thegarden.com. Don't miss the Jimmy V Classic.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Did you know that 40% of sports and concerts go unsold each year? It's true. In fact, thousands of tickets are given away to make events seem sold out. ScoreBig.com provides you a new way to access these tickets. At ScoreBig, you can score great tickets to baseball, NFL, NBA, and more at way below box office price, often over half off. Go to ScoreBig.com today, and you'll get an additional $15 off your first purchase. Just go to ScoreBig.com and enter the promo code ESPN2 at checkout. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN, the number 2.
You can tell a lot about a store by the tools that hang on its walls. See a lot of Channel Lock blue pliers? You know it's a place that respects quality and good old American hard work. Yep, Channel Lock's been inspiring confidence for generations, in those who sell them and in those who use them. So next time you're in the tool aisle, get your hands on a true Channel Lock plier and get back to getting things done. Channel Lock. Fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA, and proudly stocked wherever serious American-made tools are sold.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey,
come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Stop in and try our new Molten Buffalo Dip and dessert nachos. And don't miss our new Lemon Pepper Dry Seasoning. All available for a limited time only. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
Knicks head coach Mike Woodson with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
I don't know if you realize this, but your goatee actually has its own Twitter account right now. Seriously. What's the key?
I got a good barber. That's the key, man. He takes care of me.
Can you talk to Iman Shumpert about getting rid of that damn high top?
No, I'm going to let him go. He wants to be taller than Coach, but I like that look on him.
Coach, come on. You've got to be kidding me, man.
Knicks coach Mike Woodson every week all season long with Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
2:15 New York City. Alan Hahn here, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM, setting you up for a Giants game on Sunday night against the Green Bay Packers. An important game on the Giants' schedule for all kinds of reasons. Obviously, going back to last year's playoffs, comments made by Clay Matthews, who will not be playing in the game, still has the hammy. He will be out. But the Giants basically controlling their own destiny in a win and just basically taking control of this division, which has been, I don't want to say bad, I just said mediocre, I think is the right words. As we bring in Tom Rock from Newsday, my good buddy Tom Rock, who covers the Giants for Newsday. And Tom, basically this is about controlling the destiny. The Giants basically in charge here with a win, but that's not necessarily an easy thing against this Packers team.
Well, it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be a little bit easier that Clay Matthews isn't on the field. That's really the big injury news this week, that he's not going to be able to play. That sort of softens things up a little bit for the Giants in the middle. But it's going to be a difficult game. You got the last two Super Bowl champions facing those against each other. That always brings a lot of hype. And of course, last year was the playoff game between these two teams, and they're very familiar with each other. This is the third time they're playing each other in the last 12 months. So they've played three times in a year. The Giants haven't even played the Eagles twice in the last year. So this is quickly becoming like a division rivalry between these two teams. I mean, these guys go back all the way to the 30s, playing championship games and everything like that. Not that Eli and Aaron Rodgers remember any of those.
That's right. I don't think there's too much carryover from those games in the 30s and 40s, but obviously
maybe Coughlin would be able to pull some nuggets out from that.
I don't know. We'll see how the coach feels about that comment, Tom. But obviously, the carryover comes from last year's playoffs and the comments. Even though Matthews isn't playing, his comments in August about how the Giants didn't beat us, we beat ourselves. If that is the collective feeling of the Packers, and probably it is because they're a proud team and they certainly thought they were on their way to a Super Bowl. To me, it's a long time ago that they played in the playoffs, and this game is more important to both teams for more present tense points. But still, I mean, is there still somewhat of a carryover? Like you said, they've played each other a lot, and is there a little bit of rivalry between these two teams because of the familiarity?
Oh, absolutely. I think there's a growing dislike between these two teams. You saw that with the Clay Matthews comments, and the Giants sort of fired back more at the time than they did this week. They had their reactions to it. Right now they're in the middle of the season, so nobody's really reflecting on who won the Super Bowl last year or the year before that. So that kind of talk gets dampered down a little bit at this time of year. Everybody's focused on the next upcoming Super Bowl. But I think it still stings. I think there's some resentment between the two teams. Don't forget too. 2 years ago, the Packers were the team that knocked the Giants out of the playoffs. Right. They needed to. They had a head-to-head game in Week 16, and then Giants needed the Packers to lose to the Bears in Week 17, and of course they did, and then went on to win the Super Bowl, which the Giants back then thought should have been their spot in the wild card. They thought they had deserved that with 10 wins. So there's a lot of back and forth between these two teams. Not so much verbally, not so much through the newspapers and through the media like we've seen with some other teams. But there definitely is some slanted looks at each other here, and I think they're getting a little sick of running into each other at this time of year.
Is there, when you look at the game, I mean, is there a little bit of rearview mirror going on with the Giants, or do they look at the fact that, the two teams behind them are 5-6, and the Redskins and the Cowboys, that the urgency about the division isn't there as much as maybe getting themselves right, because we know they haven't really been right coming into this game. They've had a lot of inconsistency. Or maybe is there that pressure of lose this game, and then you get this Redskins team that, pretty unpredictable with that young quarterback. What's their mentality with that?
That was a pretty scary performance that Griffin put on Thursday, and that the Giants were home and they were able to put their feet up and sit back and watch that. Mm-hmm. I think that's in their heads. I think they want to win this game so that next week's Monday night game against RG3 and the rest of those Redskins doesn't come down to a battle for first place, and that they could possibly leave Washington a week from in 8 days or 9 days or wherever it is, in second place in the division. That would be that's a pretty scary thought for them, I think. So I think they want to. They're very much aware of the standings in the division and what's at stake here. It definitely became a 3-horse race this week with the Redskins beating the Cowboys. I think the Giants would have been much more comfortable had the Redskins had a little wind taken out of their sails by the Cowboys, and then the Giants just had to keep a step ahead of Dallas. And now they have to actually go down to Washington and take care of business themselves, and that's against that quarterback and that running game and the way that those guys are playing right now. That's a tough task.
It's pretty funny because you would think that you'd be rooting against the Cowboys because they were right there on their tail, and with a win they'd be right there. But because you look at the Cowboys and you think they'll find a way to screw it up, whereas with the Redskins it's a little unpredictable again with RG3, and you don't know if this team is emerging late in the season as it looks like they are. Although they did give up a lot of points too to the Cowboys in the second half, almost gave that game away. But still, you're right. It sets up for that game, and then you look at the rest of the schedule for the Giants. Some heavy hitters coming in, New Orleans, Atlanta, the Ravens, and then, an Eagles team which isn't very good and probably a mess and will be dying to finish the season off in that game. But those Giants-Eagles games are never, predictable.
That's going to be a crazy game because there's going to be a lot of emotions.
Oh, yeah.
Whose last
Andy
game
Reid.
that's going to be? Is it going to be Reid's last game,
Right.
Vick's last game with the Eagles? There's going to be a lot of stuff going on with that game. I think the Giants would just as soon have everything wrapped up and not have to worry about it coming down to needing a win in that game, than having to go out and face this team that really has had their number over the last couple of years. Even when they've been bad, they've found ways to beat the Giants. So facing the Eagles is not the way that the Giants want to end their season with a must-win.
Talon Hahn on ESPN New York 98.7 talking with Newsday's Tom Rock, who covers the Giants going into this game Sunday night against the Packers. And obviously when you say Packers, you think Aaron Rodgers, and obviously a guy that just can dominate a game by himself. He's done it many times, and is a real test for this Giants defense to kind of get its swagger back a little bit, I think. And, you're waiting to see that performance from these guys. I mean, they obviously have a ton of talent. But this is a good test. Well, obviously it's a great test for them. But this is a chance for them to kind of really get that so-called swagger back as a great defensive team.
I think one of the things that they've been missing in the last few weeks is Kenny Phillips, and he hasn't really developed into the Pro Bowl type of safety that we all thought he was going to be in his first and second year because the knee injury slowed him down. The initial knee injury, the one in 2009, slowed him down a lot. And, he's never really found that groove. I mean, he had superstar written all over him his first year and a half with the Giants before that surgery. But having him back now, he's missed 6 games. If he comes back into this game, that gives them a lot of athleticism in the backfield that they've been missing, a lot of versatility that they can do, and they can start sending Antrell Roll on some blitzes, start sending Stevie Brown on some blitzes, start sending Kenny Phillips on some blitzes. Mm-hmm. Kenny's a very good guy in coverage. He's going to help them because, as you mentioned, their upcoming schedule, they have a lot of big tight ends that they're going to have to deal with. Jimmy Graham, Tony Gonzalez with the Falcons. They got and this week Jermichael Finley, who's having kind of an off year, but still is a dangerous weapon. So Kenny Phillips is going to help them a lot. And he's also going to put some rest in the minds, I think, of the defensive front. That they're going to be a lot more comfortable rushing the passer and sort of pinning their ears back and not worrying about what's going on behind them when Kenny's back there. Now, Stevie Brown did a nice job filling in for him and had a couple of interceptions, but he's not the dynamic playmaker that Kenny Phillips can be and should be and hopefully will be when he gets back on the field.
So, by the way, speaking of Phillips, how does the injury save him money? How did that all work out?
Oh, he was joking around that it saved him money because he didn't pick up any fines. He wasn't fined by the league for 6 weeks because he wasn't making any illegal hits.
I was setting you up there.
What's that?
I was setting you up there.
Yeah. He's one of those guys that he was on the league's watch list for a while, and they were, like Ed Reed down in Baltimore, which we saw this week, had the 1-game suspension that was eventually overturned. Last year they were threatening Kenny Phillips with that kind of thing because of his so many illegal hits. And in fact, he had an illegal hit this year, the $30,000 fine he got for a hit on Vincent Jackson in the Bucs game. A hit, by the way, that many of the Giants players said really turned around that game and sort of sparked the comeback. But he was fine for that. He appealed it, and he actually won the appeal and got his money back. So he was pretty happy about that. Nice $30,000 bonus that he didn't think he was going to have. And so he's looking to make some hits. You know, he can be a ferocious hitter too. He's not really known for that, but he can come up and lay some lumber.
Now, what are you expecting out of Eli Manning this week? And there's been a lot of talk about the arm and everything, but, you know, going up against this Packers defense without Matthews, without Woodson, you know, obviously missing some of their key guys. What are you expecting out of Eli? What have you seen this week?
Well, he's usually pretty good after coming out of the bye, and a lot of that has to do with just being well rested. I think most quarterbacks are. And, you know, he had played 10 games in a row, and that's a lot of throwing. I don't know that it was, you know, you say tired arm. I think his arm was tired, but I don't think he had a tired arm, capital T, capital A. You know, there's no. I don't think I would think of it as a clinical diagnosis. But I think everybody needs a break, and he had thrown a lot of passes in the last year and a half, and sort of needs to rest a little bit and get back to it. And from what I've heard in practice today and what I've seen this week, you know, Eli's looked sharp, and they're connecting with the receivers, and they seem to be back together and back in stride, and it's gonna. I think it's going to click. You know, you look at Aaron Rodgers. He had a tough first couple of weeks of this season too. You know, for 3 weeks, people were saying, "Well, what happened to Aaron Rodgers? Where did he go?" And then he bounced back, and now he's having MVP, putting up MVP type numbers again for the last 5 games in a row. So it's always within these guys, I think, to bounce back. You got to, you know, when you have a proven quarterback like Eli Manning or Aaron Rodgers, I think you just have to wait it out and figure that eventually it's going to come back around.
All right, well, before I let you go, I because you used to cover the Jets, I have to ask you your thoughts when you watched that game and saw that second quarter and the way things unfolded and everything, and just, you know, your reaction to seeing what has happened to this team, but especially on a big stage like that, to have a quarter like that and some of the just unbelievable plays that went against them.
That was pretty hard to watch. You know, I was talking to some Giants players, and they were watching it too, and they said, you know, as professional athletes, they're able to appreciate the effort and everything that gets put into it, and you really, you know, you have an appreciation, I guess, for other professional football players, and they said, but it was just so hard not to laugh at at what was going on there, and just the ridiculous absurdity of the way they were finding ways to turn the ball over. They said, you know, some of the guys said that, you know, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry because they know that it could have been them, I guess. But, you know, and listen, the Giants have had their share of stinkers too. You know, they had 2 years ago they had the Thanksgiving night game against Denver where they went out there and they just
I was there with you.
Never got out of. That's right, you were there.
I was there with you, and I'll never forget it. Hey, how about this? Nobody wants to wear number 6 anymore in the Jets history, because if you think about it, Bubby Brister, Mark Sanchez, Doug Bryan, I think that number should forever just be retired, but not hung up, thrown out.
666.
There it is.
That's a good triumvirate there.
No, not a good one at all. Tom Rock from Newsday, great to talk to you. Thanks so much.
All right, Alan, be good.
You got to take care. All right, well, as we said, the Giants have themselves a big game Sunday night. The Knicks have themselves an important game on Sunday afternoon, and we will talk.
Hi, this is Bob Wischusen, radio voice of the Jets. Well, the Jets simply couldn't overcome their first half turnovers and ultimately lose what could have been a season-changing win. Rex Ryan is live on the Michael K. Show Monday at 5:15 to talk about the loss on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Son, try using the channel lock pliers on that.
You know, Dad had it right. More gizmos just mean more headaches. That's why the legendary Channel Lock tongue and groove pliers made it just 4 things. 2 pieces of high-carbon American steel, a rivet, and one heck of a can-do attitude.
Let's take it for a spin, son.
Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA. Enter the Channel Lock $5,000 Gridiron Garage giveaway and turn your garage into the ultimate football fan's dream work and play space. Enter today at ChannelLockSweepstakes.com.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing.
Let's get those keys and go. Cars.com.
Ba black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer, visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
I'm Alan Hahn. This ESPN New York Sports Center update gives you the Scarlet Knights, 18th ranked Scarlet Knights of Rutgers, losing 24-0 in the third quarter to Pitt at Heinz Field. Now, they're trying to win the Big East for the first time in their history. A win today and a loss by Louisville would have won the conference and qualified them for an automatic BCS Bowl bid. Louisville, by the way, losing 10-0 in the third quarter to UConn. Not looking good for the Scarlet Knights. Didn't look good for the Knicks last night either. James Harden had 33 points. Chandler Parsons had a career-high 31 as the Rockets beat the Knicks 131-103. Jeremy Lin had 13.7 rebounds and 3 assists in his first game against the Knicks. Tyson Chandler for the Knicks, who lost for the first time consecutive games in the regular season under Mike Woodson, talked about defense that was not good enough.
You know, we did enough offensively, but we didn't do enough defensively. You know, and that's been the last 2 games. You know, we're scoring enough points. We're just not getting stops.
Knicks back in action at the Garden tomorrow. They host the Detroit Pistons at 1 p.m. ESPN New York coverage for the pregame show starts at 12:30 here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Brook Lopez continues a strong start to the season, 26 points, and the Nets beat the Clippers 86-76 Friday night in Brooklyn. The Nets outscored the Clips 23-13 in that final period. Chris Paul, no points, 1 assist, 2 turnovers, 6 fouls. Deron Williams continues his dominance against CP3, all-time 14-4 against him. In baseball, Ichiro Suzuki's agent told the New York Post yesterday that his client enjoyed playing for the Yankees and that his preference is to remain in pinstripes this offseason. General Manager Brian Cashman also said there's nothing to report in terms of new contracts for pitchers Andy Pettitte and Mariano Rivera. And boxer Hector Macho Camacho, who fought professionally for over 3 decades, was taken off life support and died early Saturday morning, 4 days after a shooting in Bayamon, Puerto Rico. He was 50 years old.
The storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship. For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. Today at 7 Eastern on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
It ain't hard to tell.
2:35, got you for another half hour here. Alan Hahn in the Big Apple, New York City. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Getting back to the city game. Talking Knicks and Nets. And I'll tell you what, there's some people on Twitter. You can get me on Twitter, by the way, at Alan Hahn, AlanHahn. My man Rod Boone from Newsday, who covers the Nets and does a good job there covering that team. It's got to be fun to cover a team like that in that situation. And Rod heard me talking Jets, and he was wondering because he heard the last part of it. He thought maybe he's talking Nets, but no, he's not. We talked about the Nets, and maybe I'm not getting enough Nets in here. But we got to give them their credit, and it's due. Off to a good start here, you know, and that was a tough loss in Golden State, but that's a difficult back-to-back situation on the road. Any team who's gone through it knows you come out of that Laker game where they fight to the end, then they got to go back-to-back up in Oakland. That is not an easy game to play. It's a tough arena to play in, and the Warriors are a better team this year. So, you know, that's a tough one. They come home. But to come home off a road trip like that, where generally you're kind of tired, or maybe you take your foot off the gas a little bit, and the Clippers come in playing, and they were one of the top teams in the league early in the season. Them, the Clippers and the Knicks were the two teams that were to talk about around the NBA, and that is a quality win by the Nets Friday night in Brooklyn, a quality win by that team, and now it sets up for a very, very intriguing game Monday night as they get that Knicks-Nets game that was supposed to be the season opener. They will get that game in finally Monday night in Brooklyn, and obviously there'll be plenty to talk about leading up into that. But something to talk about regarding the Knicks regards their defense or lack thereof against the Rockets on Friday night and their struggle with rebounding, and a player who can help in that area, being Marcus Camby, is not seeing the floor. And as we bring in ESPN New York's Ian Begley, Ian, what has Mike Woodson talked about in regards of Marcus Camby's situation and why he's not getting the minutes early on?
Basically, Alan, he says that Marcus is not in shape yet. You know, the Knicks haven't had many opportunities to practice in season, and Marcus, as you know, missed the entire preseason with the calf injury. So I think his conditioning isn't where Mike Woodson wants it to be. Still, though, it's kind of curious that you don't see Camby for, 10 minutes a night, especially on a night when the Knicks were without Rasheed Wallace last night. You know, a lot of us figured that Camby might be the first big off the bench. Instead, Woody went to Kurt Thomas for 10 minutes, but, the Knicks really got torched, especially around the rim last night against the Rockets. So kind of curious to me. You kind of have to wonder if Camby's calf is still bothering him. He says it is not, though.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what is he saying? Because I know I saw Mark Berman had a quote from Camby when he was asked about his playing time. He said, I'm not the guy to ask about that. I mean, is he getting a little frustrated with the lack of playing time?
Yeah, Berman and I went to talk to him in the locker room last night, and he said all the right things. He said, listen, we lose as a team, we win as a team. I'm a team player. And then I asked him, well, are you surprised about, not getting in there? And that's when he said, yeah, I'm the wrong guy to ask. So I didn't sense any frustration on his part. He's a veteran, but, at the same time, he came here, a 3-year deal, a bunch of money, and I'm sure he expected to play, big minutes. So I think there could be a little bit of frustration on Marcus's part, but he's not showing that publicly right now.
Well, that's a good thing, and that's what you want to get out of a veteran. He did have the whole team over his house down there in Houston for Thanksgiving, but the team's been on the road. 6 of the last 7 games on the road, and both out west, in Texas again for this trip. And I know it's early in the year, not to make any excuses, but it does kind of wear on you as a team. Are you sensing that kind of maybe hitting a wall from this team, a little bit of fatigue from this team that we already know is one of the oldest in the league?
Haven't really seen that set in yet, Al. I really haven't. I mean, they were coming off a day off yesterday, so I didn't sense tired legs. I didn't get that sense either before the game or after the game. I think, it was just a matter of the perimeter defense really breaking down. The Rockets able to get penetration, which created open shots. I mean, Tyson Chandler said as much when he said, we were just letting guys get into the paint at will and that get into the heart of our defense. And, in the first 9 games, that was a staple of this Knicks defense.
Right.
The help defense, not letting guys penetrate. And you saw it kind of break down, starting in Dallas, continuing in Houston.
And that's an issue, and that's why I was going to say you don't see it. But how do you explain that first quarter against the Rockets with the way the Rockets just really did what they wanted to offensively, really ran on the Knicks, and as you said, the Knicks giving up a lot in the paint, really no resistance at all from this Knicks defense that prided itself on being one of the best, if not the best, in the league at the start of the season.
Very strange, and maybe there was a case of tired legs. It's certainly, that's a possibility. Also, as strange as it may sound, Alan, I think this team missed Rasheed Wallace on the defensive end last night, and not because of his athleticism, but he is 6'11". He can guard the rim. And what he does so well is he communicates very well on defense. Even from the bench, he'll call things out from the bench. So I think, to a certain extent, they were missing Rasheed last night, and they would love to have a healthy and in shape Marcus Camby come off the bench. But I guess Woodson feels like he's not available yet.
All right, real quick, talking to ESPN New York's Ian Begley about the Knicks and what's coming up. And now, obviously, playing a 3-10 team like the Pistons tomorrow at home, that's a game you got to get. But we're looking at now Monday, and all of a sudden this Knicks-Nets game gets very interesting. What are you expecting out of that game Monday night?
Yeah, big game, fun game. It's one that I was looking forward to, and I think everyone was looking forward to open the season. Now, hey, listen, the Nets are playing really well. A couple of early season stumbles out of them, but they seem to be in a decent groove. And the Knicks, you don't know where they're at right now. A good team comes out on Sunday, wipes the floor with Detroit, and goes into that Brooklyn game with some positive energy. So I think I'll be able to answer that question more completely after what we see tomorrow afternoon with this team against the Pistons.
All right, Ian, then what we'll have to do is I'll have to have you on, and after that game you'll have to join me again. Will you do it?
Let's do it, brother.
All right,
I'm
my
all
man.
in.
All right, Ian Begley from ESPN New York. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Al. Take care.
All right, 800-919-3776. Before I let you go, when we get into some college football, I want you to do one thing for me, Knicks and Nets fans.
Plant your flag.
I want you to get at me right now, 800-919-3776. Stake your claim and talk about Knicks and talk about Nets. I'm willing to do it. Nets fans, if you're willing to do it, give me a shout right now. It's Alan Hahn, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Man, I'll never forget the day this cat came through the park. He sure didn't look like a player. We were all wrong. He was dishing and swishing till sundown. Who was this guy? He just said,
"They call me the head."
I found out years later who the head really was. Yes, indeed. The head was Michael Kay. Michael Kay knows his basketball. The Michael Kay Show. Weekdays at 3 on the home of the Knicks, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey, Mike and Mike here, and listen, if you're still relying on going to the post office for all your postal needs, you need to know there's a much better way. That's Stamps.com. Take it from us. Stamps.com will change the way you do your mailing and your shipping.
With Stamps.com, you won't waste any more time making trips to the post office. You can access all the services of the post office 24/7 without ever leaving your desk. Buy and print official U.S. postage using your own computer and printer. Print postage for any letter or package. Then you just hand it to the mailman. You'll never have to go to the post office again or lease an expensive postage meter.
So you'll save yourself a bunch of time. And then if you just remember our name is Mike, you're going to save yourself a bunch of money as well. Here's how. Use the name Mike for a no-risk trial. It's a $110 bonus offer that includes a digital scale and up to $55 in free postage. But don't waste time. Do it now. Go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, click on the radio microphone at the top of the homepage and enter our name, Mike. That's Stamps.com and enter Mike. Save time, save money. With Stamps.com, why wouldn't you try it?
Dr. Pepper's changing lives again with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper Tuition Giveaway. So go to drpepper.com and tell us why you could use some of that tuition. Like Yvonne Padilla Rodriguez. A year ago, she was struggling to pay her tuition. Now she's got $100,000 from Dr. Pepper to help her realize her dreams. What do you want to change in the world? Go to drpepper.com and upload your video. No purchase necessary. You could win up to $100,000 in tuition. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice-cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDRecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
2:47 Saturday afternoon, New York City. Alan Hahn here, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM, 800-919-3776 is the number. And I want to hear from Knicks and Nets fans because you have to do one thing before that game Monday.
Plant your flag.
That's right. That's right. You got to make your claim now and let me know. And by the way, leading into this game, and I know both teams are playing on Sunday. So we're getting ahead of ourselves just a little bit. But Monday sets up for a game that we've been all waiting for. And that's, the game to kind of get a gauge and see if something can develop between these two teams. We saw them play in the preseason at the Coliseum, and, neither team really played much of their playbook at all. I mean, that's for sure. But what we saw, though, was nothing. There was no, it wasn't as if the teams don't like each other. You can always get that sense about two teams. They don't like each other, and they're really going after each other. And what you're hearing is a lot of stuff from Nets, from marketing people and whatnot, and their upper management types. And even though Prokhorov has some fun, but they're the ones that are trying to create, manufacture this rivalry. But it can only happen on the court, and it can only happen between the players. And so I'm looking forward to this game to just see how the players react to each other in this game. And to see if something does develop between these two teams. And what you love is that both teams are off to a good start record-wise, and that the potential for the game on Monday night is to see if the Knicks can hold off the Nets and stay in first place in the Atlantic Division, or if the Nets can jump over the Knicks in the Atlantic Division, which would be very interesting and really set things off. But before we get there, you've got to decide which team you're rooting for. You can't tell me later on. You can't tell me when it's over. You can't tell me when one team already has the advantage. You got to tell me now before we do that. And so we're going to get to some calls right now. And what we're looking for is, let's see who wants to talk some Knicks and Nets right now. How about Steve in Trumbull, Connecticut? You're on with Alan Hahn, ESPN New York.
Hey, Alan, how's it going?
Good, Steve. How are you?
Good. I think it's great now Knicks and Nets finally have a competitive rivalry after years of the Nets being irrelevant. And
you think it's a rivalry yet, though? I mean, don't you think something has to happen on the court first before there to be a true rivalry?
I do. I think, though, everything that's happened off the court in the offseason with the moves that both teams have made, spending all the money, they're both well over the cap now. Mm-hmm. I think that they both have to be looked at as top 5 contenders in the East. They each have their big pieces, Brook Lopez and Darren Williams in the Nets, Melo and Jason Kidd, all those guys in the Knicks. Should be a good game.
All right, Steve, thanks for the call. And you're right. I mean, that's the one thing you want is for it to be a good call. George in Bay Ridge, you're on with Alan Hahn, ESPN New York.
A-line. Of course, Harden disappears during the finals, but he reemerges last night against the Knicks.
He went to the line a lot. He emerged at the foul line. 16 free throws in that game. Unbelievable.
And from 1970 to 1976, there were 4 basketball championships in the city of New York and Long Island, folks. But I tell you what, you talk about Knick defense. At one time, they had 7 of the greatest shooters of all time. I mean, who do you double team on that 73 Knick team?
No,
and if you're a young kid growing up in the 70s, there were 2 different leagues. You could like both teams. So if a guy is maybe in his 40s or 50s, he might like both teams from the 70s. Hard to break old traditions. But here it is, folks. The Knicks. It's the 30th anniversary, man. They got to break. They got to break this.
Believe it or not, it's the 40th.
40th. I mean, right. 40th,
you and I are both getting old.
So right. It's 40th anniversary, but still, the Knicks have to break this curse. But I'll tell you right now. And if the Knicks lose Monday night, it's Tim Tebow's fault.
Attaboy, George. Thanks for the call. And you know what? George brings up a good point, too, because there was a time here where you could be a fan of both teams because they played in 2 different leagues. And that was fine. It was acceptable. But once they get into the same league together, you got to make a choice, and you got to pick one or the other. And Edgar from Long Island, you're on with Alan Hahn, ESPN New York. What do you got to say here about Knicks or Nets? Edgar?
Well,
yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Edgar. How are you? So what do you got, Knicks or Nets?
What I got to say is that every New Yorker should be rooting for the Brooklyn Nets simply because the Knicks kept the Jets on. I know they didn't do it all by themselves. Other factors were involved. But the fact that the Nets or MSG paid money to keep the New York Jets out of Manhattan hurt New York City as a whole economically. Therefore, I root for the Brooklyn Nets.
Well, you know what, and Edgar, I mean, I don't even know what to make of that. I'll be honest with you, though. The Jets moved out of New York when they took their practice facility out of Hofstra. They didn't need to move out of Hofstra. But they did. They at least could still technically call themselves a New York team because they spent most of their time in New York, but they moved to New Jersey to become a full-fledged New Jersey team. That was up to them. That had no effect on whatever the stadium stuff, and that was a completely other issue altogether. But thanks for the call, Edgar. I appreciate it. We got to move on to some other people here waiting on hold because we got a whole lot of people who want to get in on this. Ken from Irvington, Knicks or Nets? Plant your flag.
I'm a Knicks fan. I'm in New Jersey, but I'm a Knicks fan.
All right. You got your say in. Thanks, Ken.
Hey.
Victor from Patterson, Knicks or Nets? Plant your flag.
I'm a Knicks fan, going with the Knicks all the way. We've been here in New York all this time. Brooklyn's just now getting out here. They got to, everybody's forgetting that the Brooklyn Nets, are the New Jersey Nets. I mean, and they've been garbage for like a long time, though,
Well, they've been bad and good. They've had their moments, and the Knicks have had their moments as well. But, now that both teams are good, which is, I think, if you're a basketball fan in New York, and thanks for the call, Victor, you got to want both teams to be good because it's more fun that way. We can't have this kind of fun if one team is bad and one team is good. Both teams have to be good. That's how you get a rivalry. JP in Brooklyn, you refuse to plant your flag? How can you do that?
I refuse to because I went to elementary school in Brooklyn. I went to junior high school in Brooklyn, high school in Brooklyn, college in Brooklyn. I got my graduate degree from LIU University in Brooklyn, New York. I refuse to do that. I'm a Knicks fan, born and raised. You can't just expect somebody to just get up and say, forget the Knicks because Brooklyn is there.
Right.
However, any team out of Brooklyn, Brooklyn Knights are going to represent. Brooklyn Knights are going to come out, in full force and represent and support them. I was at the first game when the Nets played Toronto Raptors. I've been to a couple of their games. I love Jay-Z. You crazy. How can somebody not love the Knicks and the Nets? You can't do that. You can't do that.
You can't. You got to like both. You're saying because you're from Brooklyn, you love the fact that there's a team in Brooklyn, but you are a Knicks fan. You know what? Maybe your GPS can tell you which way to go, JP. And thanks for the call, JP. You know what? I respect that, though. I absolutely respect that because you're from Brooklyn. I guess you have a hard time rooting against a borough you love so much. That's got to be difficult. But Jeff's in Dix Hills, and Jeff doesn't have any excuse, but he's telling me, Jeff, you're telling me you're abstaining? You don't want to plant your flag?
You know what, Alan? I think, first of all, don't hang up on me, but I'm a Celtics fan, number one.
Oh, that's it.
So
that answers everything.
I could sort of look objectively at the Knicks and the Nets, to a degree. So what I think is, at this point, there's a lot of basketball left. At this point, I think we're going to have two Jekyll and Hyde type teams. What I'm hoping, and I would think a lot of fans would hope for, is we either catch a 4-5 matchup in the first round of the playoffs, or we catch a second round playoffs. We can go 7 games, and then we'll kind of see what's really going on here. But there's a lot of basketball left, and I think each team is still, struggling to find their identity, their strengths, their weaknesses. Mixing all the new players together, and So I'm looking forward to the playoffs.
Jeff, so am I. Thanks for the call, Jeff. And you know what? I mean, being a Celtics fan, I guess you can abstain because there's no flag for you to plant because you're a Celtics fan. But he does bring a good point up, and it's something that I'm trying to say here. Regardless of what happens Monday night, it's the first of 4 games they're going to play against each other this season. And the deeper they go into the season, the more important those games get. And that's what will matter most. What this is the initial. It's the beginning. And what I'm curious to see if this something does develop between these two teams. And they play each other a couple of weeks later down the schedule in December at the Garden. So they'll see each other again a little bit later on in December. And that's where, again, it'll get interesting. Because what do you have? And actually it's in Brooklyn, December 11th. So that'll be really interesting to see, but we'll lead up to that. But first, Nick's got to take care of business and get it done tomorrow against the 3-10 Piston team, get back on the winning track. All right, that's it from me. Thanks, Ray Santiago. Thanks for the Candyman, John Candelmo. I'm Alan Hahn. This is ESPN New York and 98.7 FM. See ya.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Son, try using the channel lock pliers on that.
You know, Dad had it right. More gizmos just mean more headaches. That's why the legendary channel lock tongue and groove pliers made it just 4 things. 2 pieces of high-carbon American steel, a rivet, and one heck of a can-do attitude.
Let's take her for a spin, son.
Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA. Enter the Channel Lock $5,000 Gridiron Garage giveaway and turn your garage into the ultimate football fan's dream work and play space. Enter today at ChannelLockSweepstakes.com.
You're not interested in impressing others, just yourself. You don't take shortcuts. Satisfying the status quo doesn't satisfy you. And, quite frankly, good enough is never enough. Now there's a work boot that shares your values. Irish Setter Work Boots. They're as hardworking and determined as you. Exactly what you'd expect from a revered brand with enduring heritage and pride in craftsmanship. New Irish Setter Work Boots by Red Wing Shoes. Field experienced, job ready.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Stop in and try our new Molten Buffalo Dip and dessert nachos. And don't miss our new Lemon Pepper Dry Seasoning. All available for a limited time only. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Coming up on
on College Football Live. Just one game stands in the way of the Irish in a perfect season. Can a redshirt freshman ruin Notre Dame's party? Alabama needs a win in the Iron Bowl to clinch a berth in Atlanta next weekend, while Georgia tries to avoid the look ahead and remain in control of its own destiny. Plus, can the return of Jeff Driscoll be enough for the Gators to find offense against the Seminoles? We count it down to Bedlam. Oklahoma State and Oklahoma from Norman are next on ESPN Radio.
From the ESPN Radio studios, this is College Football Live with your host, Kevin Winter.
Conference titles, berths, and conference championship games, and just plain old in-state bragging rights are all on the line in week 13 of the college football season. It is rivalry weekend. Today, we've taken it one step further on the naming rights. Showdown Saturday is here. Hi again, everyone. I'm Kevin Winter. Welcome into College Football Live on ESPN Radio at ESPNRadio.com. You know, we still are 2 years away from college football officially moving to its 4-team playoff system. But the way 2012 is shaken out in the schedule that is on the horizon, we actually have a quasi-playoff system in place. Later tonight in Los Angeles on ESPN Radio, number 1 Notre Dame plays what amounts to a national semifinal against USC as the Irish try to punch their ticket to the BCS title game in Miami. Meanwhile, both Alabama and Georgia, they have national quarterfinals this afternoon. The Big 12 championship, well, that can be won by Kansas State today without even playing. All of this despite last week's loss to Baylor. The Wildcats needed Texas to lose to TCU Thursday night, which happened, and now they need Oklahoma to fall today at home against Oklahoma State. The Bedlam Series plays its 107th edition. And with the preview, we go to Memorial Stadium in Norman, Oklahoma, with Ian Fitzsimmons on the sidelines, along with Chris Ricks. Here's Adam Amin.
Kevin, thank you. Oklahoma has dominated this series, 82 wins in the 106 prior meetings. Oklahoma State's last victory in Norman came 11 years ago to the day, but Oklahoma State's got more interesting things revolving around them right now. A quarterback carousel. They've used 3 quarterbacks already this season, and a couple of underclassmen as well. A true freshman in Wes Lunt, a redshirt freshman in J.W. Walsh, and the least experienced, but the oldest of those 3 is Clint Chelf, the junior out of Oklahoma, will make his 3rd career start today.
Yeah, Adam, you've got to give credit to Coach Mike Gundy and coordinator Todd Monken with their 3rd-string quarterback, that this offense is still as efficient and dynamic as it has been. You mentioned Wes Lunt starts the season. We saw that knee injury and how devastating that was. Enter J.W. Walsh. He does some things, then he hurts his knee, and then you've got the 3rd-string guy in Clint Chelf coming in 2-0 as a starter. That's all he's done with wins over West Virginia and Texas Tech. Has thrown some touchdowns, and the thing that sticks out to me is playing with a lot of confidence. And next to great protection up front, a strong run game can do that for a quarterback, and Oklahoma State has the number 1 run game in the conference right now. So I like he's playing with confidence, and he's not going to shy down from this Sooner defense.
1,100 yards for Joseph Randall, the Big 12's leading rusher. As Kevin talked about, a chance for Oklahoma to stay in the Big 12 title hunt. If they lose, Kansas State will win the Big 12 title. If Oklahoma wins today and next week, and Kansas State loses to Texas, then Oklahoma will get that automatic BCS berth. So that's what's at stake for the Sooners and the Cowboys today. But this is the Bedlam Series. A lot of rivalry, a lot of tradition that goes all the way back to 1904. Ian, you know all about it, right?
Oh, yeah. I was there covering that first game. But the first Bedlam game, guys, was held at Island Park, now known as Mineral Wells Park in Guthrie, Oklahoma. Cold, windy day. Temperatures well below freezing. And early in the game, Oklahoma State, then known as Oklahoma A&M, as the Aggies, they're punting. The wind is so fierce, blows the ball back over the kicker's head, goes through the end zone, down a hill into a half-frozen creek. I'm not making this up. Since a touchdown was at stake, all the players went into the frozen creek to try and recover the ball. Oklahoma recovered, early touchdown. They went on to win the very first game of Bedlam, 75-0.
A lot of stiff winds out there today as well, Ian Oliver. You can't necessarily feel them when you're down on the field, but we'll see if that plays a factor for 2 very good special teams units as well. Oklahoma State, the 107th edition of the Bedlam Series. We have it at 2:30 Central Time on ESPN Radio. For now, we send you back to the studios, here's Kevin Winter.
Adam, thank you very much. The Sooners and the Cowboys this afternoon are brought to you by the Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer. Yes, the game time temperature of today's game, and win a free thermometer to take your temperature at home or at the park. Catch the fever at GameTimeTemperature.com. By Constant Contact, from email to local deals, events to social media, Constant Contact has the tools to grow your small business. Find the right tool for you at ConstantContact.com. And by Pennzoil, pursuing the latest oil technology because we love cars just as much as you do. Well, the Bedlam Series kicking off at the bottom of the hour. There are games involving teams that are ranked in the top 25 right now in the BCS standings that are playing. We start with number 3, Georgia. Now, Mark Richt's club already has a ticket to Atlanta Punch next weekend of the SEC title game. What he was hoping to avoid was the look-ahead successful mission this afternoon in their rivalry game with Georgia Tech. It's been all Bulldogs from the outset. 14 points in the opening quarter. In fact, they put 14 on the board in the first 3. 42-10, your score right now. Quarterback Aaron Murray, 14 of 17, 215 yards, 2 touchdown passes. Todd Gurley, 12 carries for 97 yards. The Bulldogs are going to Atlanta. Question is, who will they be facing in that SEC championship game? LSU is still alive. They won yesterday. Texas A&M is alive. They get Missouri later on tonight on ESPN HD. But in control of their own destiny, Nick Saban's Alabama Crimson Tide. Although don't let him talk to you about the SEC title game. Alabama has Auburn this afternoon.
We're not in any conversations about anything other than the game that we're playing. Unless we win the next game, we don't have another game. We're trying to work our way into a conversation by how we play. So, everybody in this organization needs to understand that we're dismissing all talk about anything except, playing Auburn.
And Auburn trying to avoid its first 0-8 SEC conference play season in its history, and they're going to be big underdogs today, almost 5 touchdown dogs on the road in Tuscaloosa. The Iron Bowl kicks coming up at the bottom of the hour. Now, sitting on the outside looking in right now, number 4, Florida. They're on the road at Florida State this afternoon. They'll kick bottom of the hour as well. This game is a matchup of defenses. Both have the top 5 ranked defenses in the nation. Both teams coming in with a 10-1 record. Will Muschamp getting his quarterback Jeff Driscoll back in action for this one after missing the last couple of games with an ankle injury. If Florida gets the victory, then all they need is Notre Dame to fall against USC, and the Gators could slip into a BCS title game picture and making it an all SEC championship again. More on the Irish and the Trojans in a moment. Michigan no longer can win the Big Ten Legends Division. Nebraska clinched it yesterday. However, it still is Michigan and Ohio State. Michigan had a 21-20 lead at the break at the Horseshoe this afternoon, but their offense has been absolutely abysmal in the second half. Michigan a 4-and-out. Michigan fumble. Michigan 3-and-out on a punt. Michigan fumble at the Ohio State 10. The Buckeyes have only 6 points off of all of that. 26-21, Ohio State with the lead. Michigan at the ball with the ball. 5:39 to go in the fourth quarter. We'll keep you posted in the Big East this afternoon. Rutgers could have wrapped up the Big East with a win and a Louisville loss. Louisville's losing at home to Connecticut 10-3, but in the fourth quarter, Rutgers is getting blown out by Pittsburgh 27-6. I'm Kevin Winter. It's College Football Live here on ESPN Radio. Kickoff between number 21 Oklahoma State and number 13 Oklahoma. The Bedlam Series, still 25 minutes away from Norman. If we've learned anything this college football season and over the years, it's the only certainty is really uncertainty. Exhibits A and B the last 2 weeks at the top of the BCS standings. But tonight, there actually is one sure thing. A win by Notre Dame, and they play for a national championship. Our AT&T road trip takes us to Los Angeles. ESPN's Kirk Herbstreit has a preview of the 84th meeting on a rivalry weekend between the Irish and the Trojans.
Should be a classic matchup between these two teams. All we've heard about all week is Matt Barkley is out. Max Wittek making his first career start is in. Imagine the pressure that this young man must be feeling in his first start to go up against the #1 ranked team and trying to spoil the Irish's chances of getting to the BCS championship game. I think it's simple for USC on offense. They've got to take the pressure off of Wittek by being able to run the football with Curtis McNeil and also Silas Redd if he's able to go. On the outside, you have obviously Marquise Lee and Robert Woods. USC is going to look to try to make some big plays against a Notre Dame defense that prides itself on not giving giving up big plays. Notre Dame will keep everything in front of them, at least attempt to. They'll keep their safeties back, preventing those big plays, trying to force USC to execute all the way down the field, and then see how they do in the red zone. The Irish are only giving up 10 points a game, and that'll be the key for Notre Dame, continuing to play with a great defense and then allowing Everett Golson, who seems to be improving every single week, be able to go out there and try to stretch this USC defense out, make plays in space. That's something that's really troubled Monty Kiffin and the SC defense is when they get out in space, they've struggled against Arizona, Oregon, and last week against UCLA. Can the Irish do more of the same with Golson, Tyler Eifert, and the rest of the skill from Notre Dame?
That is ESPN's Kirk Herbstreit previewing the Trojans and the Irish. AT&T is sending Will and Ravi to the biggest college football game every week, but to get in, they've got to tackle a crazy challenge. It's on the way to Saturday, presented by AT&T. Rethink Possible. Will and Ravi are in at Los Angeles. You can catch USC and Notre Dame coming up 7 p.m. Eastern time tonight on ESPN Radio, 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC HD. I'm Kevin Winter. Coming up next in College Football Live, the SEC coaching vacancies are starting to open up. Could we have a defection from the Big 12? Or Insider will tell us next. This is College Football on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
I have some exciting news for you sports fans out there. I've discovered a new site called ScoreBig.com where you can save up to 60% on tickets to the NFL, baseball, basketball, and more. Always below box office price, guaranteed. ScoreBig.com grabs unsold sports and event tickets and sells them at huge discounts. Go to ScoreBig.com right now and type in the promo code ESPN, and you'll get an extra $15 off your first purchase. That's ScoreBig.com, promo code ESPN.
Hurry into Lowe's for awesome Black Friday weekend deals. Get a DeWalt 18-volt half-inch cordless drill and driver kit for $99, a savings of $90. Also, Nest first-generation learning thermostat is now just $198, a savings of $51. Plus, choose 18-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more when you use your Lowe's consumer credit card. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offers valid 11/21 through 11/26 while supplies last. Credit offer valid 11/22 through 11/26. Special financing cannot be combined with 5% off everyday credit offer. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Almost done with the hors d'oeuvres. Soufflés are ready. Hey, Flo, how are those cupcakes coming?
Putting sprinkles on the last one now.
Great. Hey, I thought we had another tray of the red velvet. Have you seen it?
Me? What? Why would you? There's frosting on my face, isn't there?
Yep.
Insuring your business vehicles with Progressive is like having Flo on the road with you. 24/7 live support, online bill pay, and expert claims. Now that's Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. United Financial Casualty Company and Affiliates.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join.